Wake up 52.
How about now, y'all? How about now? Y'all can hear me? And this is why we had to do a mic check. Okay. How do I sound now? Y'all can hear me? We good? All right. Okay. So if I look decent, I sound good, you got to hear me. That's what's most important because I could cut this whole camera off and We're straight. All right, perfect, man. Whoo! It's a good thing that I did that instead of just, do my crazy old pitch starting off and then, you know, all those words for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. All right. It's our comments, but the other stream gets all the comments. Okay. So this stream only gets our comments. The other stream gets all the other comments. Okay. And this fucking thing, I swear. Okay, let me greet you guys. I want to greet you guys properly. Okay. JJ, what's happening? Starting off with JJ. JJ's in the foundry. Good to see you, sir. Donald Piasek, how you doing, sir? Good to see you too. All right. Tarita Cirque, how you doing, sis? The lovely Tarita Cirque. Amazing. Good to see you, sis. Good to see you. Centero59, how you doing, sir? Good to see you as well. Good to see you, sir. Always a pleasure. Memorial Gardens in the Foundry. Good to see you, sir. What's happening? Roger Ledwell, what's good, Raj? Raj is in the house. Raj is here with us. We were on live last night. We were in Raj's chat, and I'm gonna kind of discuss a little bit of that here during the show, starting off before we kick everything off. Um, but yeah, I was in Rogers' chat. If you haven't subscribed to Rogers' channel, please make sure you subscribe to Rogers' channel. And also, if you have a channel, if you have your own thing going, please do not hesitate. Drop your stuff in here. Don't wait for me to tell you. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. All right. Good to see you, Raj. Serious Business, how you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Mike Van Dyke, Mr. Van Dyke. Hopefully not related to Dick Van Dyke. Get it? Dick Van Dyke, like the Dick Van Dyke show? Anyway, but it's good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. All right, Mr. Roy, Brian Roy, King Roy, good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, man. Carl, how you doing, man? FE Nation in the Foundry. Good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. All right. All right. All right. So, okay, I sound decent. D-Man, how you doing, sir? Good to see you, D-Man. D-Man's here with us as well. Nice to see you, D-Man. All right. Dan MC, 1979. Welcome, sir. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Paradigm Development. Welcome, sir. You might be new. I don't know, but still welcome. Good to see you. Please take care of yourself. Please tread carefully. Get along well with the Foundry. The world is your oyster, I promise you. These guys are good people. Who else? David John Irvington McDonough. How you doing, sir? I said that right the first time. Good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. Lord Racer, man, it's been a while, bro. Haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see our brother Lord Racer's here. All right. Andreas Machke. Good to see you, sir. I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's been a while, but welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So as you guys start to stream in, I will greet you accordingly. I promise. But still, welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. I know we have a lot of people over on Bro Sanchez's show, and that's fine. I'm starting earlier than usual today, and that's for the Brits, the UK people, the people out in Europe and stuff like that. So I figured I'd start a little earlier today just to kind of help y'all out, just to, if you guys are having your evening tea, right, late at night, and y'all ain't got nothing else, you finish watching your Benny Hill show, you finish watching Are You Being Served and Allo and stuff, you can watch me now and you can enjoy us tonight, okay? So I wanted to do that for the people out on the eastern side of the world. So all that good stuff. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Kim Ray, good to see you, Kim Ray. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Kim Ray. All right. So, yeah, so we were on talking about Roger. We were on Roger's show last night. I know our sister Vicky and Pete, as you know, through Vicky or PJ's channel. Excuse me, I'm tripping over myself. But through PJ's channel, there I go again. We know our sister Vicky Queen Bee, right? We want to make sure that people in the community are being taken care of. We also want to make sure that we're respecting one another. So I do know that we are apart, but we're together at the same time through the internet, through connections, right? Different channels and stuff like that. That's cool. Listen, people, I understand that it's easy to kind of get lost in our emotions and everything. I could do it too. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying that at all. But we want to do our best to represent ourselves well, right? Especially to each other as true earthers, flat earthers. We want to do that, and we want to respect our fellow flat earthers. And I know it's going to be tough to say this, but even some globers we have to respect. I'd say all globers, right? But if they're going to treat us like shit, I'm like, fuck that. If they go low, we go lower. Fuck them, right? Um, but if they're there to be nice, and even though they let you know that they're globers, then be nice. You know what I'm saying? Give them some respect. You don't have to agree. That's fine. But I'm saying all that to say this because there are issues, whether you agree or you don't agree. It's all on you, right? But this is how we run things here on my channel in the Foundry, and that's how I like it. Okay, this way, I don't do the racism shit. I don't do the race. I just don't. Right? If you feel a certain way, that's fine. You could do it outside of the Foundry. Don't do it here. Okay. I don't do the racism shit. I hate the racism stuff. I'll tell you what, this country, the United States, is in the condition that it's in, largely in part because of the racism. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to agree with me. I don't care. I can see it from my perspective, from who I am, from the things that I've had to deal with and live with my whole life, right? And get to see it. Now, I'm not calling myself a victim. I'm not saying that. But just seeing it, the racism is eating this country alive. And I just wish, but I don't. I wish I can wish all day. You know. I wish that Big Macs didn't fuck your health up, right? And you could have a Big Mac every day because they taste delicious. They do. They really do. But I'm not going to eat a Big Mac because I know what's in it. I Same. I can wish that people can change, but I can't force change on people, and that's okay. People only change when they want to change, when they sincerely want to change, when they're pressed up against the wall, when their health is is in question, right? Their health, their life, their livelihoods are in question. Then people will change for sincerely change, right? A lot of things need to happen for people to change. And we could say that with all sincerity, strictly because we had to change. Us as flat earthers, we needed to change our how we thought. And here's the thing: what a lot of people don't realize, change doesn't just happen overnight. It just doesn't, right? It takes some time, it takes some soul searching, and it takes one to be honest with themselves. Now, I'm saying all that to say this, man. Again, this racism is killing. It is killing. It is killing us. It is killing us. And us, US. It is killing the US. It is killing the US. It's gonna it will kill a lot of people in this country. It will. And it's the racism, and part of the racism is a lack of honesty with a person's self, a lack of honesty with yourself. If you really wanted things to be better, if you really wanted to change, you would change. I equate it to this. When I was enlisted, and I was a chief. We had, during the season, we had a young guy that became a chief. He made it on paper, right? And so he was going through his process, and while he was in his process, I gave him an assignment. He came back the next day when the assignment was due. It wasn't done, and so I knew he didn't do it. So then I went to him. I was like, "Hey, remember that assignment I gave you?" He was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot." And I was like, "Okay, cool. You forgot. Why did you forget?" He's like, "Oh man, I was this, I was busy, I was that, I was this." I was like, "Okay, no problem." I didn't give him any shit about it, right? But then I proceeded in asking him. I was like, "Okay," I was like, "Yo, man, uh, you got a favorite football team?" He's like, "Yes, the Ohio State." And listen, I was born and raised a New York Giants fan, right? New York Giants, NFL football. NFL football is my thing. Being from New York, um we really don't have college football teams like that. I guess Rutgers and Syracuse were like the last of what we had, and uh, NFL or football just isn't college football isn't one of those things in New York State. Now, that being said, it is in Ohio, right? And for all you guys, if we have Americans in here that did or do follow college football, you might have a favorite team. If you're from Oregon, if you're from freaking Washington State, if you're from Cali, you guys have your Alabama, Texas, definitely in the South, right? You guys have your teams. Now, this guy lived in Ohio, right? And he's telling me the Ohio State. And I could tell by how much he loved, by how he said it, and the purpose in how he said it, that he meant it, right? And then he didn't even let me finish and ask more questions. He just kept going. Man, I love Ohio State. Ohio State is everything to me. Blah blah blah. This, that, the third. I was like, all right, cool, cool, cool. I was like, what if I told you I had some tickets? He was like, you ain't got no tickets. I know you ain't got no tickets to no Ohio State game. I was like, no, no, no. I'm just saying, what if I had some tickets and I offered them to you? He was like, oh my God. He's like, I would do whatever you wanted me to do forever if you could give me some tickets to an Ohio State game right now, especially now. I was like, you do anything for someone? He's like, hell yeah. I was like, would you have done that assignment for those Ohio State tickets? He was like, yeah. And so basically, I'm saying all that to say this, man. If you want something, you go after it, right? You don't make excuses. If you want to change, it's the same thing. You don't make excuses, you just do it. You just change. If you really want it, you go after it. There is no fucking excuse. Excuses, like, look, man, nobody's perfect, because even I have excuses sometimes. I do, right? I'm not perfect in how I operate things, but I do my best to live up to my word. I do my best. Sometimes I fall, sometimes I slip, sometimes I don't meet the mark. And that's how it is as people. But as a man, you do your best to uphold your end of the bargain, to live up to your word. Sometimes it's hard, but life is hard. It is. It just is. That's not an excuse, though. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's not an excuse. So, if you are racist, okay, I'm not saying anybody in here is, or maybe you are, but you know who you are. That's what I'm saying. You know who you are. I don't have to pick on anybody, right? If that is you, that's fine. I can't change you. Nobody in the foundry can change you. You can change you. All right. If you want to change, it's up to you. Same thing with people that believe that the earth is a globe. If they want to become flat earthers, we don't force them. We just provide them the evidence and then we walk away. The rest is all on them. The rest is up to them. Do they want to change? And if they want to change, they will change. It's that easy. It's that easy. This whole thing with excuses and not meeting the mark because of this, or you blaming somebody, that shit is for the birds. It's unbecoming to a person to just do that, right? You lose a lot of credibility when all you can do is come up with excuses as to why something does not get done, right? Two things: either something gets done or it doesn't get done. I'm saying all that again because now we've got somebody in the community that is dealing with a bit of racism. With racism, not even a bit, with racism. And it's not good. That's it. It's just not a good thing. So if you are that person, right, and you are here in the foundry and we find you, we're just going to put you out. Or I'm going to do my best to put you out. If I find out, I will get you out. I will not keep you here because it slows us down in the community. It makes things difficult in the community. It's not a good look in the community, man. The racism just fucks everything up. It just you lose a lot of your credibility when you just can't respect the other person because of the shade of their skin. Just the shade of their skin. It doesn't make any sense to me. That never made sense to me. Well, probably because I'm black. It never made sense to me. Maybe if somebody's a different shade, it makes sense to them. But whether it does or it doesn't, that's not my problem. Okay. the way I handle business in here is that if you are a racist, that's fine, but you're not going to be one in here. I'm not going to allow it. I'm just going to get you the fuck up out of here. It's that simple. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to ask you, why are you like this? I'm not going to do that. You know where I stand with it. So I'm just going to get you out of here. Now, Vicky's a good lady, right? Nobody, like I said, nobody's perfect, right? Nobody's perfect, but we do the best we can with what we have. And listen, our time here is short. It's limited. So work with the motherfuckers you got around you. Work with them. Why do you want to fight with these people? Why do you want to fight? We're all broke. All of us got kids. All of us kids get sick. People have problems. We all have problems. I don't care. Green, orange, purple, black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese. It doesn't matter. We all have problems, right? So why do you want to make somebody else's life difficult that is adjacent to you? Why? They don't have the money like that. They can't, they just don't. Nobody within this circle lives that life. And if you do live that life, your time is up sometime here on this earth. So let's just make each other's lives easier and let's love on each other instead of hating on each other, instead of calling each other these slurs. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's instead of doing all that. Let's do that. Let's love on each other instead, man. We ain't got much time here. We just don't. We don't. This isn't Vlad's usual message, but my thing is I don't like seeing good people get hurt. I don't like seeing people get hurt, period. Even if it's bad people, like it kind of makes me feel a certain way. I'm just like, damn, that kind of sucks. Maybe did one person possibly deserve it? Sure, but still, when you see it happen to people, it doesn't feel good. If you have a heart, if you care, right? You know what? You know what I've realized is that if you speak French, what does the word heart mean in French? How do you say it? Cœur, cœur. I don't care. Still Americans, right? I don't care. I don't heart. I don't have a heart. Have a cœur. Have a heart. Okay? Have a heart. Be French. Have a cœur. Or don't be French and be American. Have a heart. Or be British. Have a heart, right? And a pint if you're British. For all you Brits out there that said that I started too late, I started early on your behalf. So you guys better freaking, after your Benny Hill or whatever it is you guys watch on the telly, right? Y'all are watching me tonight. Okay. And so health, as Mike Van Dyke says, is health in German, right? So yeah. So have a heart, care about the people adjacent to you because their time is not infinite over here. Make people's time and livelihoods and life as easy as possible, as easy as you can make it. Just as easy as you can make it. Just don't give them a hard time. Please don't. Just please don't do that. Please. All right? Mm. To read sis, I do have a television. But I don't really use it. Like I have it, I don't use it. It's crazy. Okay. All that being said, yes. So Vicky had a little bit of a problem. Vicky's a good woman, right? PJ, and people talking bad about her, people talking bad about PJ. Like it's not good, man. That's just bad. So if anything, please think about think about the people that you're doing dirt to. Think about the people that you think you're trying to harm for whatever reason. Just don't do it. Don't be an asshole. You know, being in New York City often, right? Like I am, I go around and I look at all the trash in the street. And while I'm looking at the trash in the street, all I could think is, why does it have to fucking be so goddamn dirty? Why? Like it just I'm like there are so many people here and they're walking past the trash. And if there's something around me, it's like I got to pick it up and I got to throw it away. You know what I'm saying? It's like I can't just let it sit here. I'm like if everybody just did their part. Just one person, you just take a 3-meter radius around you, 3 meters, and you use that 3 meters, you make it the most immaculate 3 meters. If everybody in New York City did that, you can eat off the floor virtually, right? But it's not like that. And I think part of it is because people have lost, I think, and this is part of why the world is just crumbling. The world is falling apart and people don't have a heart. That is a reflection of the world not giving a fuck. You know what I'm saying? That's a reflection of the world just not caring, is when they just let the shit around them fall apart and they just don't care. They don't care. They don't have a heart. So to me, racism is much the same thing. And so Vicky was dealing with that. And they were talking bad about her. They were talking bad about PJ. They were talking bad about Raj. And I jumped in, and I try not to jump in on too many people's streams, other than saying hi, public service announcement. And I jumped in last night because it bothered me, man. It really bothered me. And I would just hope that a lot of people in this chat, in this channel, in the Foundry aren't like that. I would just hope so. But if you are, you already heard what I said and how I feel about it. But still, just to attack our own like that, and I take it personal, because there ain't too many of us flat earthers, right? And if there are many of us, they ain't coming out and saying shit. So we're limited in number that are admitting who we are, that are out in the public, and we're like, we are who we are. You accept us as who we are. So we're very limited in number. So don't be mistreating the people, because word will get around, and then we will, many of us, maybe not all of us, but enough of us will be like, you know what? We don't want that here. We don't want that here. Yeah, if you hate everybody, then you do. That is what it is. I can't hate you for hating everybody. That's fair, I think. Right. But as soon as you start mounting a people against our own, that's not good. Now, if somebody is doing something that is against humankind, right? And you don't agree with it, yeah, you can say, hey, I don't agree with that. I just don't. And disagreeing with something is one thing, but you can't go out there berating somebody and then talking mess about them and then lying on them. Like, please, like the lying and the slander, like that's bad. That's even worse. Like, truth is like the thing that is the lifeblood of the flat earth, is the truth, right? That is the true earth, is the light, and the truth is the lifeblood of what it is we do. If you don't have the truth, you can't operate in within these confines of the true earth. It doesn't work. You can't have both. You can't have lies and be in a truth movement. It doesn't work. No matter how much you try, it just don't. So do not be lying on people. That's what's that in the Bible, where you talk about people bearing false witness on someone. Don't do that, right? Don't do that. That's the worst thing you can do too. One of the worstest things. So please don't do it. Don't let that be you. Don't be lying on people. Don't be racist. Don't do that shit. Just don't. Please don't do that. Yeah, so shout out to Raj, Vicky, PJ. All you guys are great people. And here's the thing. If that was you in the past and that's not you no more, well, I have this to say. Every sinner has a past, and every saint, oh, no. Every saint, excuse me, I fucked that up, but you know what I'm going to say. Every saint has a future. Every saint has a past. Every saint has a past, right? Paul, Saul, Christopher, you name them, all the saints. You name them, all the saints. Not anybody's perfect, right? Every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. That's what I was trying to say until I fucked it all up. But you know what I'm saying. So let's just be good to each other. Let's take care of each other. So that was a long-winded public service announcement. Now that you guys have what it is I'm saying, and you guys get where I'm coming from with that. Hopefully everybody's here. Everybody's okay. Everybody kind of survived a bit of the holidays, right? The hard part. Don't hurt yourselves, and keep talking to people. Keep talking people off the ledge. If you think that's where they might be. Even if you don't think that's where they might be, talk to people still. Let's take care of one another. With that, the reason I haven't been on much, I've been hard at work doing a lot of things, right? I have been covering down on much of the app and everything else. I'm not going to get into full detail right now. I'll do that later on. There are things that I wanted to talk with you guys about that I'm not saying that I discovered, but that kind of rang some alarms or alarm bells, whatever, in my head. And it looks a little bit strange, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to present to you some stuff just to kind of fertilize your mind into seeing what it is I think I might be seeing. So let me go ahead and present that to y'all. And check this out. This right here is the Roman arches. What are the Roman arches? Okay, and this is only a little 15-minute thing. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss it a little bit. Here we go.
Hey everyone, this is Ancient Rome Live, a live lecture. We're going to be talking about the lost triumphal arches of Rome.
Fair use, fair use, fair use. This is shout out to whose channel is this again? Shout out to Ancient Rome Live. If you guys want to subscribe to him, please subscribe to him. Ancient Rome Live, everybody. This is his channel. This is his masterpiece. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to pay a little bit of a listen and we're going to pay attention. Let's follow.
First, we'll take a brief look at what the triumphal route was, who celebrated it. We'll look at the triumphal arches that are preserved, and then we'll look at the arches that have been lost. What remains of those arches? The triumphal procession is a route that would change over time, but it was celebrated by Republican generals and then exclusively the Roman emperor. You won a great victory for the state, so you were God for a day with a special ticker tape parade. You were in a chariot and your face was painted red like the cult statue of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. The culmination of your procession. There were your troops. There were captured barbarians. There were spoils of war. There were painted panels depicting the moments of battle that were critical. And of course, the people turned out for this incredible display of pageantry, particularly in the Circus Maximus. That was the great venue to view all of that material. Essentially, though, you waited outside the magical boundary line of the city, the Pomerium, somewhere in the Campus Martius. You got your approval and started your route, which could vary. But essentially, over time, it's roughly a very similar route. And you're making your way from the floodplain, the Campus Martius. For example, Vespasian was waiting, we know, at the Porticus of Octavia in the Circus Flaminius area, and then made his way through the Labarum and the Forum Boarium, and essentially is then circling the Palatine Hill, the epicenter, historic epicenter of the original city, founded by Romulus on the Palatine Hill. So you pass.
Now, guys, I want you to pay attention to where this arch is at, right? We're looking at this whole procession area and everything else. He's talking about it right here. And I want you to pay attention. What's it right next to? This looks like a piece of doo-doo going through somebody's colon right here, or a diagram of it. But don't treat it like that. This is the Tiber River. Okay? This is the Tiber River. But you see all this is next to a running body of water right here. Okay? So pay attention and let's listen. Just keep listening.
Passed through the circuit.
And again, this thing kind of resembles the Seine in Paris, right? The Seine and where Notre Dame sits on that island right here. It actually, Notre Dame doesn't literally sit in there, but it's much the same. Remember, Notre Dame sits on an island similar to this in the Seine in Paris, right? And the Seine runs, and Notre Dame is just sitting on that little island and stuff. But let's continue.
Maximus, you made your way over to the Valley of the Colosseum, turning at the Metasudans, and you went into the Roman Forum on the Via Sacra, and then up the Via Clevis Capitolinus to the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill. Some arches are preserved on that route. Let's take a look at those three first. You have the Arch of Titus, celebrating the victory of Titus and Vespasian when you had that famous revolt in Judea.
Guys,
this was built by Domitian to honor.
You see this? I want you guys to pay close attention to this. Y'all see that? If you see that, affirm with me that you do see this. Okay? Underneath this arch and this archway, underneath it, this motherfucker look like it's just been through hell. You know what I'm saying?
His brother, after he died, after a short reign of Rome, having succeeded Vespasian. So there are some nuanced realities associated with each individual arch as well. It celebrates the triumph of Titus, but Titus didn't build it. It does celebrate Titus because his younger brother Domitian wanted to have that association and attachment to his brother who had been successful and had celebrated a triumph. Domitian hadn't yet celebrated his own triumphs. Here is the Arch of Septimius Severus, and you see a representation of a panel, a painted panel that would have been carried in the processions. But here's a stone version of it showing some of the battles that Septimius Severus won over the Parthians. So this is the famous Parthian Arch of Septimius Severus in the heart of the Forum.
Look at that.
Versus the Arch of Titus that was on the hill, the Velia Hill, overlooking the Roman Forum.
Look at that.
And this is quite magnificent and so much better preserved than the Arch of Titus, which is heavily restored by then.
But y'all see all these? Y'all see all them little things in here? Y'all see all that? And then I want you guys to pay close attention to how this thing is built, how it's structured, and everything else. Right? Yeah, I don't know if this is from just age, wear, or what, but just pay close attention to the condition that this thing is in. Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I apologize for that. But a lot of people are going to say, oh, it's thousands of years old and everything else. That very well could be. That very well could be. Just look at the condition, right? And I'd say for 1,000 years, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good for it to still be in such shape. And more than likely, they take care of it to a degree. And this thing, it looks like this column is shifted a little bit. Lord knows something might have happened. They might have had an earthquake, right? But let's continue. But just look at it. Look at these things. Pay close attention, right? The detail and everything else. But let's continue.
The Arch of Titus, which is heavily restored by Validier. And this is the third arch preserved from Imperial Rome, the Arch of Constantine, reutilizing famously so much art from previous emperors. Here we can see some panels from a lost arch of Marcus Aurelius. We'll be talking about a lot of lost arches today, and that's already a clue that some of the material from the lost arches are recycled in later structures, such as the Arch of Constantine over in the Valley of the Colosseum next to the Metasudans. So on that famous triumphal route. Although, what kind of triumph was this? It wasn't against the foreign foe. It was for defeating the forces of Maxentius, the previous emperor. So what's missing? What can we talk about? What's missing from ancient Rome? Let's start off with the Arch of Augustus.
So, okay. These guys love their figures and figurines and stuff, but I don't know why this is missing a head. Whatever, none of my business. But they love putting their people or their figures on these arches and everything. I love seeing that and how well detailed it is. And it looks like they've done this for years. So let's continue. Just pay attention.
Arch of Augustus celebrated the Parthian defeat of 20 BC, more a political victory than a physical war victory. But we see it here preserved as a background structure on the Anaglypha Traiani, currently located in the Curia Julia in the Forum. Not much of it survives in the Forum today next to the Temple of the Castors. This is the Arch of Tiberius. Well, what's left of it is subject to dispute in the Roman Forum, but here it is preserved again on the Anaglypha Traiani panel. And it's shown here between, on the left, the Temple of Saturn, and on the right, the Temple of Concordia. So it's on the Vicus Jugarius, and it celebrates the triumph of Tiberius in AD 16, returning the standards lost in Germany previously. The Arch of Nero is an arch where we have very little of it, really nothing except for this coin. And through a great study by Fred Kleiner, we know that it was a huge physical presence on the Capitoline Hill along the slopes, and it was indeed demolished after his death, but originally intended to celebrate a victory over the Parthians. There were two arches of Domitian, one on the Clivus Palatinus and one in the Forum Boarium. It seems that they're reduced or removed or renamed after his death, that famous assassination in AD 96. But that arch that we see right here in the panel of Marcus Aurelius' triumph very well could be that arch that was built by Domitian. Here's an arch of Trajan, preserved on a coin, also originally located on the Capitoline Hill in the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, celebrating his Dacian victory, we think, is most likely.
So, if you guys aren't noticing a pattern here, it's not like these guys are like, all right, so we just came from the supermarket. Let's pass underneath these arches, or let's pass through these arches, right? The more you're starting to listen, you're starting to notice a pattern. What's that pattern, Vlad? Well, that pattern is this. After every not conquest, but I guess battle, right? Every time these guys are going fisticuffs with somebody, they pass through this arch. Every time, the battle of this battle, the battle of this guy, between this guy, Sixtus, Seventus, Eightus, Ninus, Tenus, whatever, right? All these us's, all these dudes passing through the arch after a battle. You notice that? Every single time these guys are passing through that arch after a battle. You guys notice that? It's not me making anything up. This is what we're being taught. This is what we're seeing. This is just a pattern. So let's continue.
Arch of Marcus Aurelius, we've already referred to. A number of the panels, 8, are embedded into the Arch of Constantine with the face of the emperor recarved to look like Constantine. But there are another 4 that are on display in the Capitoline museums today. It seems that all these panels are associated with an arch once located next to the Curia and the Forum of Caesar, roughly in location of the Church of Luca and Martina.
Hey, shout out to Flat Out Faith. Welcome, Flat Out Faith, over on the Rumble side. Good to see you, sir. Harmon, good to see you, man. Harmon's over here on the YouTube side. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. Anonymouse, good to see you. Anonymouse 3666. It's pretty wild, pretty crazy, but welcome. Good to see you, fam. All right. Anonymouse is here. And yes, the rest of you guys that I haven't said hi to. Carrie Skates, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Carrie Skates is in the Foundry, y'all. Memorial Gardens is here too. Think I might have said hi, but ain't nothing wrong with saying hi twice. Good to see you, fam. 33 NDB, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, sir. NDB's here in the Foundry with us, y'all. So, okay, let us continue. What's happening? Zach Sullivan. Oh, snap, a blast from the past. Good to see our brother Zach Sullivan's here with us, y'all. Good to see you, Zach. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? Where we at? Okay.
Oak Church. So in that nearby vicinity. And there are 3 triumphal arches that straddle the road known as Via Lata or the Via Flaminia, today's Via del Corso, that then
Thank you, Tarita. I apologize for that. But my bad, Mike Van Dyke. Mike Van Dyke, the reason you can't see them is because this thing has got it sideways and upright, right? So there's a sideways version of this show and an upright version of this show. And so some of the people are sideways, some of them are upright. This thing is crazy. I do not like it. And it's not YouTube's fault. It's more of a StreamYardism, I believe. And so yeah, I don't recommend. And if there's a way I can get rid of it, I will immediately. I don't like it. So I'm gonna try and fix that for maybe not this stream, but definitely for the next stream. I'm gonna do my best to get rid of this thing altogether. So we're in one position, either flat, sideways, or upright. You know what I'm saying? So okay, let's let this thing continue. My bad.
and have a sad and sorry end, because we can walk along that road today and we will not see those 3 arches. But they were attributed to some of the great emperors of the city: Claudius, Hadrian, and quite possibly Aurelian. So let's take a look at the first one chronologically. The Arch of Claudius was celebrating a victory over Britain, and we have the inscription partially preserved, and we can read on one of the lines, Reges Brit, and we have his name at the top, Tiberius Claudius. This was discovered in the Renaissance times. We also have a panel associated with this arch that depicts a group of Praetorian soldiers. This literally was originally straddling the Via Lata, and it's this sort of attitude in the Renaissance times and beyond that you're interested in widening the street. Well, the first thing you need to do is remove the arch that's restricting the passageway on the street. Same thing goes for the Arch of Portugal, the Portogallo Arco, which was named in the 16th century due to the fact that it was next to the embassy of Portugal. Now, it seems to be a later arch reutilizing earlier reliefs, 3 of Hadrianic date. So they were being used as spolia, and quite possibly due to its proximity to the Temple of Hadrian, it could have been originally associated with an arch that tied to the divinity of Hadrian. This is conjecture, but it is quite possible that's where those reliefs came from, keeping in mind that ultimately we don't have so much to go on, because in the 17th century, this arch was obliterated. Here we have the Arch of Portogallo. Here are those 3 panels. We have Hadrian addressing the populace, the genius of the Senate and the people of Rome. Hadrian addressing Roma. And then we have a seated Hadrian in the Campus Martius area, looking at his wife ascending to the heavens, her apotheosis, being carried on the back of a Victoria angelic-like figure.
Look at that, man. Like, that's another thing that I'm starting to notice with these arches, are those things that are being depicted, right? You do have these angels. A lot of times these things come with angels attached to them, or these people with wings on their back. Okay. I'm calling them angels because really that's the only thing I can think of with, people got wings on their back and they got like a torch or they're flying or they're doing some stuff. I call them angels. So are they called something else? I'm sure, maybe, but yeah, that's what I got. But that's what you see a lot of times on these freaking on these arches. It's wild. It's crazy. And regular people, like this dude right here with the little wreath on his head and this dude on the ground, right? Just conversing with these guys.
And finally, we have the Arcus Novus, also in the Violata, celebrating 10 years of the reign of Diocletian. But it's using previously existing panels, possibly from a Julio-Claudian altar of Pietas, which today we find inserted into the facade of Villa Medici on the Pincio Hill. This arch, again, was destroyed in the case of the expansion of the church of Santa Maria del Lata. And there were other 16th century spolia found that could have been or would have been part of the entrance to the Temple of Sol, built by Aurelian. They've been transported to the Boboli Gardens along with some barbarian figures and their statue bases. Let's take a look at the Boboli Gardens in Florence and see the exquisite remains of the arch that could have actually had an earlier life as part of the decoration of the Temple of Sol built by Aurelian. This is, again, one of these famous temples that's disappeared from record. How rare it is to have these figures in porphyry, exquisite stone. Their hands are held together, a sign of submission. And when we take a look at the bases, we see a great example of what's being produced in the 3rd century. We see a victory figure, we see Castor and Pollux, and a kneeling figure with chains, their arms behind her back. She's kneeling in submission. So many details, such rich history that helps us understand and reconstruct the lost triumphal arches of Imperial Rome. Thanks for joining, and be sure to subscribe to our newsletter to get the link for future live lectures.
Okay, that's pretty decent, I think. Hold on,
The Flavian dynasty left behind some of the greatest monuments in ancient Rome. Vespasian built the Colosseum, and his younger son, Domitian, built the definitive.
Okay, now I'm getting out of that. Cool. There we go. I apologize, y'all. Sorry for that. Yes, so we just saw that, right? I want to show you guys something. Let me bring it up for y'all. This thing is just a pain in my butt. Excuse me. Okay. Now, I want to show you guys something. I want you guys to pay special attention. If this is new for you, that's fine. This is even more of a reason why you guys need to pay a little bit of a close attention. So check it out. Something that some of y'all may not be used to, and that's fine. But this is a little something on degaussing. Let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Ryan Szymanski, curator of the Battleship New Jersey Museum and Memorial. During World War I, if you wanted to sink a ship, you had to physically hit it. Have you ever seen those cartoon images of mines that have spikes sticking out of all the sides? You would have to drop hundreds of those mines in a field and hope that an enemy battleship sailed into it, not just was in the middle of the field, but physically hit one of the spikes on one of the mines. When those contact detonators were hit, it would depress and close a firing circuit, causing an explosion. By World War II, mines included magnetic detonators that could sense the magnetic field of a 57,000-ton warship and use that to detonate. So close would still count. To counter this, battleships started getting things like these. These motors supply electrical power to degaussing coils. To degauss the ship is to put an electric charge into the steel hull, which will reduce the magnetic field. The ship is picking up that magnetic field by sailing all over the Earth and picking up the magnetic field of the Earth. When you can reduce that magnetic field, it makes navigation more accurate because your magnetic compasses are no longer thrown off, and it helps you protect yourself against mine and torpedo magnetic detonators. This is the fuse panel for our degaussing equipment. One cool story involving degaussing is something you might have heard of. Right across the river from us at the Philadelphia Navy shipyard, there was an experiment carried out late in World War II. Some conspiracy theorists suggest that this Philadelphia experiment was attempting to send a destroyer back in time or teleport it to Norfolk. I'm not sure. You'll have to watch the movie to figure that out. What the Navy was actually doing was performing degaussing tests on the destroyer escort USS Eldridge. If you want to learn more about degaussing, the Philadelphia experiment, or the engineering spaces on the battleship New Jersey, come out this spring to our new Steam to Speed tour.
All right. So this guy obviously isn't much for being in front of the camera to do degaussing training, which is fine. It's not for everybody. It's cool. But basically, that's a principle that he was delivering about how degaussing kind of works, right? Well, not even kind of works, but basically how why it's there, why it works, right? I can tell you my years in the Navy, I started out as an electrician. Then I became, I don't know if this thing is freaking with you guys. I see a little bit of a shine. Let me see if I can get rid of it. There we go. So I started out as an electrician. And so I have a little bit of experience in degaussing from that respect as far as training is concerned. I never degaussed the ship. Never had to degauss a ship, right? But typically it's your ships that are typically your surface vessels as well as your subsurface vessels that are seagoing. Or what I mean by that are your ships that tend to get deployed often are more than likely to be the ones that will have to hit the range when they need to go to the degaussing range. So more so your combatants, i.e. your frigates, your fast frigates, your carriers, your destroyers, right? These guys are constantly forward deployed. These guys are moving about, and really that's the one of the bigger takeaways from when you have to degauss a ship is because of the amount of movement that the ship makes throughout this wide, gigantic plane, right? So imagine you are the ship and you keep everywhere you go, it's carpet, right? And that carpet is the ocean. But you're not picking your feet up. You're just shuffling your feet everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, you shuffling your damn feet. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Because the whole world is carpet. Everywhere you go, you shuffling your feet. What do you think is going to happen? Right? That's a little bit of a rhetorical question, but a question that I want you guys to answer in your head. You know what's going to happen. So the ship basically, not saying that it totally is, but it basically does the same thing on a surface ship, right? A surface ship moving, traveling about, going from point A to point B, and point B can be miles upon miles away, or just cutting circles in the water. Typically, that's what a lot of surface combatants do. We will cut circles in the water. And what I mean by that is we'll just pick a spot, right? We'll pick a body of water. Let's say in this instance, we're picking the Atlantic, right? Or the Med. We'll pick the Mediterranean Sea. We're in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. We'll just cut circles in the water, right? And so good to see y'all. Paul Hodgson, what's going on? D-Man 216, good to see you. RG, good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Ida Hill, hey sis, how you doing, princess? Good to see you, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So as you're cutting these circles, you're still doing that. You're still accumulating a charge upon yourself. You know what I'm saying? On this surface vessel. Now, a lot more of these ships tend to go out more than others. Like the ship that I was on was the USS Emory S. Land, right? Land of Opportunity. We weren't anything crazy like the Fighting Land or the Nasty Nick. You know what I'm saying? The nasty USS Nicholas, right? We weren't that. We were a floating garage. We were a repair ship. So we were there to fucking patch you up if you came back with holes in your shit, or if you came back and your DC pump was destroyed, or if you needed supplies. That's what we were there for. We were a floating Ace Hardware, basically, right? And so, yes, did we get deployed? Did we go out? Sure. But we weren't the guys armed to the teeth like your destroyers, i.e., your Michael Murphys and the like, right? Those guys would have to go and get depermed, or what we learned the term demagnetized, because deperming makes it sound like a motherfucker got jerry curls and you don't want it burning your scalp no more. So you deperm and you wash the jerry curls out. This is basically the same thing when it comes to a surface ship. When you demagnetize, or they call it deperming, you are washing the magnetic field off of the surface combatant, right? Or you're not fully getting all of the magnetic field, but you're minimizing it greatly, right? And there are ways in which they do it. Now, this is where it gets crazy, right? We started using mines in the water, it seems like for ages, for years. They started to come up with deperming and demagnetizing the ships, or degaussing the ships, around World War II, where it was more prevalent for the ships to be out there to do battle, right? Naval battles were big during World War II. It was a thing. And they made movies, tons of movies, which we've all seen, right? And so I think it was a Canadian guy that came up with, hey, in order to not appear as magnetically visible to the enemy, let's come up with a way to hide or better minimize our magnetic signature. So they come up with degaussing. So if you don't know what degaussing looks like, I'm going to show this to y'all. Let me go ahead and share with you guys this. Boom. So these are degaussing, right, methods and everything. They show you a ship, and they show you, this is what's most common. This right here is what a lot of people recognize. This, you see this ship right here? Let me get my face out of there so you guys can better see it. You see that ship right there in that box that I went ahead and I maximized, not maximized fully, but this right here. So what you see are these black lines, right? And these black lines go around the ship, right? They go around the length of the ship, from basically from bow to stern, around the ship. They throw it around the ship, and then basically they put everything off. They put it in degaussing mode, and then they fire up these wires, and then it reduces the ship's they say it gets rid of the ship's magnetic signature. It doesn't fully get rid of it. You can't fully get rid of it, but what you can do is you can minimize it, right? Now, they don't only do this for surface ships, but they also do them for submarines as well. Because even though the outside of submarines, for the most part, is covered in like a type of rubber, right? Mold in place rubber, right? You still have much of your hull of a submarine that is a metal, right? It's like Monel or something like that. It's pretty damn strong. And so this big giant thing right here that you see, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get you a better look at it, right? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's share that with you. Let me get out of that. Let's get out of that. Let me share that with you. Boom. You take a look at this right here. Y'all see that? Y'all see this sub, right? That sub is being degaussed, right? And this gigantic cage that it's in, big giant archway. And then you can see the cables right here, right? right there. Oh, Jesus Lord. Right there. You see the cables right here, all within the structure. You see them right here. See the cables? Yeah. There they go. Now, you're probably asking, well, or maybe you're not, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to assume you are. You're asking, what the hell is this stuff made out of? I could tell you because me, I had the unfortunate experience of having to be a diver in the water myself, right? And prior to getting in the water, we had to do a dive on one of the submarines in the degaussing range in Kings Bay, Georgia. So we head out. Wait, yeah. That's right. So we head out to the degaussing range, right? And I'd been there for a few years now, and I was like, "Holy smokes, we got a degaussing range. We have our own range. Cool." I go out there. We go out there, and as soon as we get to the degaussing range, they're like, "Okay, guys, um, the ship soup is still waiting on tags and everything. Let's just hang out instead of having to go back to the dive locker. Let's just hang out. We'll rest." So it's like July and it's hot than a mug out there. And so I'm like, damn, fuck. uh, I don't feel like driving back. And I was like, I just took my wetsuit off. I laid it down and I went to sleep on the degaussing range in my wetsuit. A few times, I kind of rolled over, rolled around and stuff like that. So my body was touching the deck at the same time. Now, in a degaussing range like that, the deck is not normal. Okay. The deck is made out of fiberglass. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like that Pink Panther roll of fiberglass. If you are, hopefully you wore gloves or you wore long sleeve shirts. But it's not fiberglass like that per se, but it does have those bits and pieces of fiberglass sticking up and out. It's like fibrous, right? So it's like untreated wood, I guess you could say, where the fibers are sticking up, the splinters are sticking up, and they're exposed to the elements. The elements in this case being my skin. Okay. So I'm over here laying down, sleep, wake up, roll around a little bit, and I do this for like 2 hours. Finally, they're like, all right, divers, go ahead, suit up. We're getting in the water. We're splashing. I'm like, cool. And then I'm like, God damn, man. I'm over there scratching myself. I'm like, fuck, dude. These damn. And, if you're familiar with Georgia, the southeast region of America, you know that in the summertime, you have something that they call no-see-ums, right? And these things are, okay. So carry skates. I think you know where I'm going with this. Aircraft components, 4-year experience with carbon fiber. Okay. So you can probably understand where I'm going with this right here. Good to see you, Jay Bird. Jay Bird's in the house, y'all. Jeremy Bird, y'all. Good to see you, family. J.R. Hartley, good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right. Dan MC, 1979. Good to see you, sir. B. Roy, good to see you, man. Simon Hall, how you doing, man? Yeah. So as these things, still some carbon fiber inside your body for sure, right? And so basically, I'm scratching myself. I'm like, damn. And I'm thinking it's the gnats, but the gnats are just on one today. Get in my wetsuit, which just made things a little bit more crazy. Got in the water, did my dive, and and while I'm in the water, I'm still itching. I'm like, God, dog. And then we're done with our dive on the boat, and then take my wetsuit off, and I'm starting to notice these welts. Anyway, long story short, to make it even shorter, what that was an effect of my body getting fucking eaten up by the goddamn fiberglass because I rolled around on fucking fiberglass. So a lot of these degaussing ranges like that one that you just saw, right, with the submarine in the middle, it is an arch, but it is not an archway of stone. It is not an archway of steel. It is an arch of fiberglass with fucking coils, wire coils wrapped around them. Now, that's the first thing that came to mind when I was in Brooklyn the other day, because while I'm in Brooklyn, I went and I visited these places strictly because the other day, I don't know if you guys saw, I was on the show with Mark Sargent and DJ Curious and them. And, it was a whole bunch of other flat earthers. We came to wish everybody happy holidays. I went to go say happy holidays and also a little public service announcement. Give me 1 second, y'all. Right. And so I don't know how it came up, but DJ Curious was like, yeah, so The arches are serious. They're serious and they're strange. And I was like, yeah, they are strange. I think we have one in New York. I think we had one in New York, but I should know this because I'm fucking from there. And especially in Brooklyn because I'm from Brooklyn, right? And so I was like, I think we have one in Brooklyn. I think we have one in Manhattan. Do we have one? Let me show you guys this. Now, boom. Let me show y'all this that I saw while I was in Brooklyn. So I go to the New York Public Library right there in Grand Army Plaza. If you've never been to Brooklyn, I highly recommend going by the library. I got me a new library card. I got my shit updated. It's pretty dope. I'm happy. But check this out. People thought, I posted this on my Facebook. People were like, Vlad, what are you doing in France? And I'm like, yeah, it's not France. And these are people from New York, mind you. These are people from Brooklyn. I was like, I'm in Grand Army Plaza. I am not in France. I want you guys to think about that for a second. People in New York did not know that I was in Brooklyn. They didn't know. And no fault of theirs, right? They didn't know I was in the area, but I'm usually in New York, right? But this is it. Check it out. What do you guys notice about this thing? I'm looking at this motherfucker, right? What's one thing y'all notice? Let me get this thing going, and then let me present to y'all something else. Zippity zip zip zippity yay. Zippity zip zip zip. And that was the one in Grand Army Plaza in Brooklyn, right? And so I went to Manhattan because I wasn't too sure of myself. I was like, I think they have one in Manhattan. So let me check just in case. Sure as shit, check it out. You got another one in Manhattan, y'all. What do y'all notice? Y'all see it? Yeah, I'm sure you do. What do y'all notice? Remember when I said look within the arch? What do y'all notice? Looking within the arch, right? That's it. That's it right there. So you can see right there, to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the inauguration of George Washington. So we're talking like 1860s or something. His first president, something like that, right? Erected by the people, the city of New York. Okay. And this is it. Look at that. Look at this. What do you got here? Angel with a pitchfork and one with what looks like either it's trying to swallow a sword, or I don't know what this is. If this doesn't look like a musketed rifle. And this looks like some kind of pitchfork. All right. Two angels, one with a wreath and a pitchfork and stuff like that. Then you got these cannons right here. These cannons show up everywhere. You've got what looks like it looks like a scale, but it might not be. Anyway, but in New York, you have two, not too far from each other. Two that I was thinking about, right? But then that's not it. Okay, that was a horn or a trumpet. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Paul Hogston. My bad. I was out here fucking up. I was like, oh, it looked like a gun or it's trying to swallow a sword or something. Right? That's that right there. Hold on. Hold on. Good grief. Boom. Okay. Okay. That's that. But then I came across this. Oh, Lord have mercy. Give me 1 second, y'all. So I just showed you 2 arches in New York, or I thought, okay, there's like maybe 2, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 1, maybe 2 arches in New York, right? Hold on. But I was wrong, because in New York, we have 3. This right here was the morning that I was there. And of course, you know, it's New York. Look at these motherfuckers right here. They had to throw anytime. And this is what I'm talking about. Just take care of your little 3-meter radius wherever you are. But motherfuckers can't do that. Instead, they got to spray graffiti on shit. So that's what they did. Here's right here. They spray graffiti on it in New York, right? But this is on the Manhattan Bridge. If you guys are familiar, there it is right there. And because it was so empty, I went ahead, I got in the middle of the road, and I avoided playing in traffic. And I did this, right? And again, what do you got here? You got a little angel, right? People, and it's covering the people underneath its wings, protecting it like. Right here, same thing. Yes, it is. It's huge. But look, again, you see it. Again, these freaking things. So I noticed every single time I look at these things, I'm always seeing these underneath. I'm always seeing these little flowers underneath. They look like flowers. They look like petals, right? Little flower petals in there. And I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? And then I go to thinking, because you guys saw it with me, what if? What if? What if? And I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying, what if? What if those giant arches are magnets? What if those giant magnets, those giant arches, excuse me, serve the same purpose as a deperming range or a degaussing range? What if those giant magnets are there to either remove curses, remove the bad luck, remove the bad spirit from those guys that walked through the arch, or maybe it just removed the life force from them, or it took their loosh. I don't know. But what if that's it? And here's the thing. Those arches, the one that you see in Washington Square Park next to the East River, the one that you see in Manhattan next to the East River, the one right there that I just showed right off the bridge, right next to the East River. All these things are within striking distance of water. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So while I'm looking at this, I'm like, could this be, or could this have served as some sort of degaussing mechanism for the troops? Not saying that the troops were made out of metal, but something, or was it something to serve as a healing agent? Was that something to heal them? Like, I wouldn't know what else to compare it to, because I don't know what to compare it to. But you just don't do things for nothing. Does that make sense? You don't do shit just to do shit. You know? So why would a general, why would a unit leader march his troops through an arch if he didn't have to? If it was just to march motherfuckers through stuff, you wouldn't do it. It's a waste of time. Was highly charged by the tech. Okay, I could see that. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not saying that's exactly what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But if you're just to sit there and observe, all you have to do is observe. It doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't, nobody's making any assertion saying that this is exactly what it is. Maybe some of you are, sure, and that's your right too. That's fine. I don't know what it is. I'm just making an observation, right? And this is why I didn't want to say that this is what the troops did. I wanted the historians and everybody else to let you know what the troops did, right? Everybody's familiar with L'Arc de Triomphe in France, right? Everybody's familiar with that one. Many of us are familiar with Grand Army Plaza. Many of us are familiar with the one in Manhattan and the other one at the Manhattan Bridge, especially if you are from New York. Now I sound Puerto Rican, especially if you're from New York or New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? You're familiar with the arches in New York. And actually, you're familiar with the two arches, more than likely, in New York if you're from New York, right? You might not be too familiar with that third arch, or you might not even have thought about it strictly because it's like right there and it's part of the bridge exit or entrance, however, which way you want to look at it. It's part of it. As soon as you enter Manhattan, right? And then you enter into Canal Street, Chinatown. That's where it's at. That last one that I showed you. But they all have that same pattern. And RG, you hit up on a good point. You hit up on a good point. RG said that they're like resonators or something. That's a point. I think that's a good point. I don't know how we need somebody like that guy that they call Ken Wheeler. Yes, so I was looking at those things and of course those magnets, they kind of make sense. It kind of makes sense that something like that would happen. But of course, I'm not one to quote anyone, but the great Herodotus, our leading historian, has said in the past, everybody knows Ken Wheeler, right? The magnet guy, really smart on magnets. I think that would be something for him to actually kind of do a deep dive into, not Vlad. You know what I'm saying? Not Vlad. It's just something I observe. And I think in many instances, many flat earthers can also kind of resonates, pun intended, with many of you guys, like you guys could see it. And the way I would think, and I'm not sure, I'm not for certain, but if you've got a huge structure like the Arc, the Arch of France, the arches in Brooklyn, Rome, whatever, right? If you've got those huge structures like that, you have to have a foundation. And if these things are doing what they're doing, right? What is the foundation then made of? What is the foundation then? Is it shaped the same way? Is it made of the same material as the stuff that we see on the outside, right? What is the foundation? How do you construct the foundation? Now, I understand that the foundation has to be significantly greater than the stuff at the top in order for the stuff at the top to remain erect and be strong, right? So it needs to basically be in like some kind of stone or something like that. It's not just sitting there on itself. At least I wouldn't see it sitting there on its own. So I wonder, my question is then I wonder if it's on top of a plane type thing, but also it's anchored by something that is similar. So it's a N at the top, but it's a U at the bottom. And then something around it or stone around it to keep it in place as well. Joe K, what's going on, family? Good to see you, man. Joe K 444. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Drew Hurst, how you doing, man? Good to see you, fam. Yeah. So looking at that, seeing what the Romans did, seeing what the French did, seeing what the Americans have done, all of them returning from war, all of them battle hardened, bruised, messed up in the head, messed up in the body, tired, right? Coming from all around the world, coming from the East Coast, coming from the West Coast, from all around the world to meet up in France, walk underneath that arch. Walk underneath that arch as a symbol of victory. Now, here's the thing. It can mean something as well. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. But when you do something, it's not just for meaning's sake, but there is a change. There is a change that's supposed to occur. It's supposed to happen. What that change is, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't know. But these things happened already. These people passed through underneath the arches. They already did that. They all did the same thing. They came from battles that they won, that they fought. They survived. And as a survivor, as a victor, you didn't also these guys didn't lose. So as a victor, you take a victory lap through the arch. As a victor, it's almost like the hero's journey. You've just freaking submerged yourself in the water. You just came up, you're baptized, you're done, right? It's almost like that is a form of baptism. Like that's a portal, like you're born again. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? You're getting demagnetized or you're getting depermed, but you're born again into something new, something different, something better. So the spiritual changes, but also what are the physical changes? Because that's a physical thing that you're doing. Is it a change in your your aura, your auric field, right? Your human atmosphere, kind of like that book by Walter Kilner, right? The Human Atmosphere. Is there a change in your human atmosphere? Is there a break then also in your human atmosphere that needs some repair? So you go through the arch. Now, I want you to also keep in mind, you have other arches, right? You have the Great Golden Arch, and I'm not talking McDonald's. You've got the Great Arch in the Midwest, right? You've got the arch in St. Louis. They call it the Arch to the West. So in St. Louis, for all you guys that don't live in the United States or are not familiar with the Great Arch of St. Louis, it's a huge golden arch, right? And you've got that as well. I'm not familiar with people walking under it or through it like that, but it's huge. It's huge. And so they call it the gateway to the West, right? Because I guess in this instance, we're traveling from east to west, going in a particular direction, but going through the arch in St. Louis. Does that make any sense? It's so strange that these things are still here. They're still in our face. And I mentioned it earlier. As a New Yorker, I didn't even know how many we had. I didn't even know if they were still there. I knew that they were there. And I'm from Brooklyn. It's not like I'm from Rochester or some other place. I'm from there. I'm from Brooklyn. I used to go to the library often as a kid. I still owe a Sesame Street record. Please don't say nothing. Right? My parents used to take me there. We used to use the microfiche stuff. And I'll never forget because my parents would always listen to NPR News, right? With Noam Chomsky, right? For all you New Yorkers out there, you know what I'm talking about. But we would do that, come from the library, listen to NPR News, probably stop at Wendy's because there's a Wendy's in the area. That bitch has been around for a while. But yeah, Ken Wheeler knows so much about magnets. I think Ken Wheeler is a person that should definitely do a deep dive into that potential phenomena. Now, my point behind this whole thing, right? And follow along with me. This is in Brooklyn. This is between Brooklyn and Manhattan. Of course, I introduced things like Rome, Paris, France, things that are still erect, things that are still there. Now, do I have access to Paris and Rome like that? I don't. but do other people do? Yes. Sandro, we got Sandro. Sandro's Italian. I don't know if Sandro lives in the UK or if he lives in Italy proper, but I know Sandro's Italian. I'm going to assume Sandro lives in Italy, right? Sandro might have access to it. Do we got some Frenchmen in here? I don't know of any French people. Now, I know we got some Canadians in here, maybe some French Canadians, but we don't have any Frenchmen that I know of. You have one in Germany, I think Brandenburg, if I'm not mistaken. You have an arch also in Germany that nobody mentioned, but it's there, or it's supposed to be there, from what I understand. But these things are around. I'm one man that went to New York that just a quick snapshot, 2-3 snapshots, and then I'm done. I get my ass back in my car, I have my coffee, I stay warm. I don't have to deal with the elements no more. 2 minutes that took me. It took me 2 minutes, 2 seconds, something like that. At the same time, I'm not making any assumptions as to what that thing is there for, as to what it's doing. I have no idea. Right? I have no idea. But it's not like it's in a far removed place like, I don't know. Pick a place. It's not in a far removed place. It's in a well-populated place. These places are very well populated, right? Paris, Portugal, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Rome, I guess Brandenburg. I've never been to Brandenburg. I would assume so, right? These things are very well populated and you have the same structure. And it's so the same structure. Listen to me. It's so the same. You see the roses. Who says you have to put roses underneath those freaking arches? Now, maybe you'd put you'd put those roses down there if they served a purpose. Right? Maybe you put those roses in there if they're there for a purpose, if they're there for a reason. That's why you'd have them there. No other reason other than because they serve a purpose. They're supposed to do something. They're supposed to function for something, for somebody's, right? You don't just put, because anybody can make I'm assuming anybody can build an arch. We've seen people build archways. My old house in Brooklyn had an archway in it, had a couple of archways. Didn't have that flower pattern in it. I've been through, I'm going to assume the one in St. Louis, and I've been there a few times. That didn't have any of the flower patterns in it either. From what I remember, I didn't see them in there. But in all of these stone arches in these different places, Rome, Brooklyn, Manhattan, this one, that one, Portugal, that one, this one, they all have within the archway, right? Within that archway, they all have those flowers in there. And they're situated a certain way. It's not like they're just put in there at random. No, they're situated in order and to perfection. What the hell are they doing there? What the hell are they doing? Right? That's not a rhetorical question. That is my question. What are they doing? And let me tell you something. When you don't know and you don't care, you don't know and you don't give a fuck and you don't care. And the point that I'm making is not only why those things are there. I think that they probably could be some form of degaussing mechanism, right? Or something similar to that. It doesn't necessarily have to be for degaussing, but something similar. If it's not going to do it to a metal ship, maybe it could do it to something that is flesh and blood. It could serve the same purpose that a degaussing range serves to a surface vessel or a subsurface vessel. Those arches do the same thing, but to flesh and blood, to human beings, or to just terrestrial beings, right? You don't have to be metallic. You're just made of flesh. And then you get degaussed, you get depermed. And not depermed in the sense where you lose your jerry curls, not that kind of depermed. I'm not saying that. I'm saying instead, you get that magnetic signature changed. That magnetic signature gets changed. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by depermed. Depermed, degaussed, demagnetized, same thing. All the same thing, but for human beings, for people. Now, there's a lot of I think and I feel going on here tonight, but you guys have to work with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not for certain on anything. This whole world is upside down, family, and we're trying to orient things properly. Welcome to the flat earth. Nothing is guaranteed in the world that we live in. Welcome to the flat earth. So I feel that a lot of these structures, when they're encased in stone the way they are, they make us feel automatically as if they're primitive. I don't know if that's an after effect of what we've been taught and how everything is, because everything that's encased in metal, a lot of times, oftentimes, we may associate, I know I do, and I'm guilty of it. Many things that, not everything, but many things encased in metal, iron, Monel, right? These things, to me, show more of advancement, more of an advanced civilization. Aluminum, right? Encased in aluminum. To me, say new. Anything in stone, old, primitive. That's where my mind is. That's where my mind was. People, basically, I think we need to, a part of what we might need to do is just change how we see it and just change how we think. And it's hard. Here's the thing, man. It is hard. It's not easy. It's not easy because all of us came across this. This isn't a him thing. This isn't a her thing. This is everybody. And I want to show y'all something else. This is something else that I want to show you guys. Like when I'm in New York, I'm lucky. So a lot of these places are readily available to the layman and laywoman at all times when you're in the city. These things are everywhere in New York City. And I mean everywhere, y'all. Hold on. Give me 1 second, family. Matter of fact, you guys, let's break for 5 minutes. You guys go ahead, take a little bit of a break. I will be back. I just want to present something to you guys. So give me a little bit, fam. I'll be right back after these messages. All right, family, I'm back. Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? I hope so. I hope so. Martin Haley, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. J.R. Hartley, once again, saying hi. What's happening, y'all? Good to see you. Martin Haley's here, y'all. And who else? I think I said what's up to Drew. How you doing, Drew Hurst? Good to see you, man. Ball Hogston, good to see you. All right, Dan MC, good to see you, man. RG, yeah. All right, so you guys are looking good. Looking good, looking good. Okay, so wanted to show you this. Again, it's just, so to me, what we were talking about the arches. If you're just catching up, we were talking about the arches and what their purpose was, what they were intended to be used as, why they're there. They're just not, at least I don't believe that they're just there just to be there. Just because motherfuckers, you're not gonna make something that big just to fucking put it there because you can. You're not, right? It serves a purpose. It does something. What that something is, I don't know. That's where Ken Wheeler comes in. You've got a good point. That possibly could do something with the magnetic field, the Earth's magnetic field that maybe you guys aren't too familiar with, but that's what my bald head is there for. Yeah, that's Ken Wheeler, y'all. But what I wanted to show y'all was this. Little bit of this right here. Oh, Lord have mercy. Really? Give me 1 second, y'all. You figured I'd have had this shit in fucking order already. Okay, yes. Christ almighty. Hold on, y'all. There we go. Okay, not what I wanted to show y'all. Oh my God. I apologize. Nope, not what I wanted to show you. Okay. Well, anyway, so what you're looking at right there is it is my communication system in my house. So I have an old communication system. Yeah, that just needs a little bit of repair and work. So I was just getting some solid states for it. Oh boy, not what I wanted to show you. That's what I wanted to show you. So this is Manhattan. This is Manhattan. This is actually next to a few buildings in Manhattan. But not all of Manhattan is like this. But I could tell you, me as a kid, a lot of Manhattan was like this. The roads were just like this. And this is not anything that you want to drive in, right? This is nothing that you could drive a normal car in, right? Because your tires are rated for asphalt. Your tires aren't made for roads like this. Even a wagon wheel from Horse and Carriage is not made for anything like this. You hear? It is not made for this stuff. It just isn't. But these are the old streets. These are the old roads in Manhattan. This is what it was. And as a kid, more of the road was like this. This is what I remember. Downtown Brooklyn was much the same way. Yes, it was. Yes. And so, yes, there was more of the cobblestone stuff that I was familiar with in downtown Brooklyn than that. That looks a little bit more, that looks a little bit cleaner, but don't get it twisted. When you drive on that, it is not a good feeling. Like you feel every single brick when you're driving on it. Okay. It is not a smooth ride. Not by the, it is not a smooth ride. It's not a smooth ride. Not at all. Okay. So I'm sitting there, I'm looking at that, and I'm like, damn. And then I drive through it. I'm like, yeah, this this is not a smooth ride. And for you guys that I got in contact with, I think what, Maria, Harmon, you guys, like I kind of showed you that. And I gave you a demo of what I was experiencing when I was driving through it. So Maria, Walker, Harmon, I sent them my video while I was driving through it. And the whole time you're hearing boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, yeah, you don't drive through anything like that. You just don't. So I can imagine what it's like for a horse and carriage. Now, the good thing about having those bricks is that you don't really have to worry about the heat in the ground. At least I'm assuming you don't, because the heat in the ground buckles the road when it comes to the asphalt. It messes with the asphalt big time. Yeah, right. If you dealing with that in a car, imagine what it's like in a wagon wheel. Imagine what it's like in that. Maria's around. She's probably busy. My sister Maria. Maria, where you at? We're calling on you. It's indeed older than many of its brick roads. Right. Right. That's something that we're starting to understand, is that a lot of these things are older than we can ever imagine. And I'll tell you what, even me as a kid, that's something that I recognized. This is something that I might have mentioned to you guys. Maybe you guys might not have heard it, but whether you did or you didn't, I'm going to say it again. As a kid, I was just talking to my parents the other day, and I asked my Mom, do you remember when you take us to downtown Brooklyn? We go to A&S. A&S was Abraham and Strauss. For all you guys that remember A&S, it used to be around downtown Brooklyn, right there on Fulton Avenue, right? And they remember, my mom remembers. I was like, do you remember these glass circles in the ground? She's like, yeah, up and down Fulton Avenue, right? You had those glass circles in the ground. And I was so relieved, because I was like, thank God I'm not crazy. Somebody else remembers. My mom remembers. My mom's got a good memory. You know what I'm saying? My dad right now, not so much. Shout out to dad and mom though. But my mom remembers. She remembers, oh yeah. They were like, you can't see through it fully. I was like, yes, it's translucent. So you had this thick translucent glass that was embedded in the ground in downtown Brooklyn that I remember as a kid. And so I'm like Brooklyn just felt so strange to me. Downtown Brooklyn, especially so. It was not like East New York. It wasn't like Howard Beach. You understand? It wasn't like Avenue D, Foster Avenue, Ocean Avenue. It wasn't like that. Okay? Downtown Brooklyn was, it might be because of its proximity to Manhattan. It was just like Manhattan. It was as if I was in Manhattan. And for all you New Yorkers in here, you know what the hell I'm talking about. Downtown Brooklyn is like Manhattan. And really, I guess probably because once you take the Brooklyn Bridge to cross over into Manhattan, takes you to Manhattan, but you take it through downtown Brooklyn. In other words, in order to get to Manhattan from Brooklyn, oftentimes you go through downtown Brooklyn, you cross over the Brooklyn Bridge, you're in Manhattan. Right? But downtown Brooklyn felt old to me. Right? It just felt old. Even as a kid, the shit didn't make sense. I'd go from asphalt, and then as soon as I leave asphalt, it takes me to that shit. What you just saw, what I just showed you. It takes you to the cobblestone street. And I'm like, this is weird. It didn't make sense to me. It was like I was in syncristic. I think that's the word. I think that's the word. It might be the word, where you live in a particular time, but you're experiencing a time that you shouldn't be experiencing at all. Like it's out of sync with the way I live, with the way we lived in the 80s. Didn't make sense. I was like, why is this here? It shouldn't be like this. It's weird. Another example would be the turnstiles, right? The subway turnstiles were made of wood. And I'm like, why would you make this shit of wood? Like that shit don't make no sense. Like it just felt so strange. It like none of it none of it added up. And this is in the 80s, y'all. Like all of New York, much of downtown Brooklyn was just that way. even when you walk around certain places, the smell changes, and the smell just made it smell old. It smelled old. I don't know if you understand what old construction smells like, but that was downtown Brooklyn. It just smelled old. And even the smells were like, this doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong now. That's how I felt. And I didn't know how to put my finger on it, but that's exactly how I felt. I'm just telling you how I felt, right? Whether it's warranted or not, just telling you how I felt and what I experienced at that time. But it seems as if we've come to a point to where now I understand why I was feeling that way, because it didn't when I say it didn't belong there, it did feel old. It felt old. It felt old-timey because it was like we were using old things, new time. And that's why I was feeling that way. Or experiencing the old roads, and you've got asphalt right here, and then now I'm coming into that. What the hell is that? I'm seeing this glass stuff and anachronistic. Yes. Anonymous 3666. Yes. Anachronistic. Yes. Yes. Anachronistic. That's the word. Thank you. Anachronistic. Yes. Matter of fact, I'm going to write that word down. That is the word of the day for me. Anachronistic. Anachronistic. Absolutely. That's the word. Yes. Thank you. It felt totally out of time, out of place, and out of time. It's like you're the Jetsons, and then in an episode of the Jetsons, you guys see a locomotive come around, and you're like, it doesn't make a bit of sense. Where are they going with this? Yes, and so that's it. Thank you, Anonymous 366. Anachronistic describes something, a person, object, idea, or custom that is out of its proper time period, appearing old-fashioned, outdated, or misplaced, like a smartphone in a medieval film. So I guess you could say a kid in King Arthur's court. I don't know if you're familiar with that movie, but it's like that. A kid in King Arthur's court, where everything he says, everything he does is just out of place, out of time. That's exactly how I felt. And that's exactly how I'm sure a lot of people felt in downtown Brooklyn at some point or another. They were like, or Manhattan even, because Manhattan, I'd say right now, much of Manhattan, what I just showed you with the streets being the way they were, that's because they hadn't flipped it yet. They hadn't changed it yet. But much of those roads like that is old Manhattan. That's old Manhattan. And I have a picture of a place called 1891 in Manhattan with a copper top, that it's like in those roads, in those cobbled streets, in those brick streets, cobbled, whatever. It's just out of time. It's just like it doesn't belong here. Not that you don't want it there. I'm not saying that. It's just like you just feel that it doesn't belong there. It's like out of place. Anachronistic. Thank you, Anonymous 3666 again. Yes, out of time. And so, again, the point that I'm driving home is it's everywhere. New York City, whether you want to believe so or not, and not just New York City, and I'm going to talk about that here in a second, is one of those places that is just it still retains age. It still retains its age, its oldness. Maybe that's not a word, sure. I'm not using a word right, but I hope you understand. It has that old world feel to it. Much of the East Coast is like that, believe it or not. If you've never been to the East Coast, I highly recommend you come to it. If you're a fan of history, if you're a fan of the East Coast, of old shit, come to the East Coast. If you're looking for old books, come to the East Coast. Go to a thrift shop in the East Coast. Go to an old library, because they're getting rid of books. They burn books all the time. They destroy them all the time. Come to the East Coast. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. I'm serious. Listen, people walk past this stuff in Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island, the Bronx. It's up and down the Bronx. It's crazy. And the Bronx is basically the gateway to upstate New York and the rest of the other New England states, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, so on and so forth, Maine, right? The Bronx opens you up to everything else that is old world in the East Coast. People walk past the shit not thinking twice about it. It's everywhere in the East Coast. It's everywhere. Our whole history is anachronistic. Exactly, Drew Hurst. Yeah. Anonymous. Yeah. So, Eugene, what's good, Eugene? Good to see you, bro. I haven't seen you in a long time. It's always a pleasure to have you here, Eugene. Good to see you. And no, I haven't been to any of those old world structures in Russia. I don't think I would be the best person to go to Russia. It wouldn't be good to send me to Russia. Not now. Maybe in a few years. Now, not so much. I wouldn't go to Russia right now. Maybe in a few years. But I would love to go to Russia. St. Petersburg, definitely. One day, I would love to go to Russia. One day. I cannot go now. I cannot go to Russia now. Big no. Big no. Even if I won tickets to go, I would not go. So those structures from the 1600s. Now, speaking of Russia, we're going to segue a little bit off of Russia. But Russia, yes, Mike Van Dyke, from what I understand, is huge. Now, I was just talking about St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg in Russia, obviously, you can hear the root of St. Petersburg, Peter, right? Peter the Great. He was once the monarch of Russia. The dude is a Tartarian. He is the picture perfect Tartarian. Or Peter the Great. The motherfucker was like 7 feet tall. First of all, he was strong as shit. Second of all, he was smart than a motherfucker. Third of all, and he basically helped build St. Petersburg. Now, let me give you guys a quick rundown of Peter the Great. I love the dude. Matter of fact, wait one. This right here is an amazing book on Peter the Great. A biography of Peter the Great. An amazing book, this thing. An amazing book. This. And it shows how, some statues and stuff. Shows how tall he was, how big he was, and everything else. Peter the Great, a biography. And it's by Lindsay Hughes. Good book. Right? That's where he lived, right here. He didn't want to live in a castle. An amazing book, this. And me, I'm an American. People are like, Peter the Great, what the hell? But it's not the person that I like, but it's his feats. It's his exploits. It's the things that he did. They were damn near greater than life, what Peter the Great did and what he accomplished, not just for himself, but for Russia, right? Or the history that we're taught. I think this dude was a Tartarian. I think he fit the mold of what we would imagine a Tartarian to be. Larger than life, thought bigger than life, thought outside the box, right? He wasn't human. He didn't act like it. So, and he's got statues everywhere, studied from the Europeans, right? So the dude is like larger than life, literally. And what he did, much of what he did was one of the greater things he did was he bound himself to the British fleet, the English fleet, right? And he did this because Russia didn't have a fleet. Russia did not have a fleet like the British, like the Spanish during the time, right? So he bound himself to the British fleet and he became like an able seaman. So he became a deck seaman. Like in regular U.S. Navy terms, deck seaman is like your lowest of the low pay grade. Like you needle gun the side of the boat, you paint, that's all you do. So he started there and he just learned everything about how these ships were built, how they operated, rank and structure, uniforms, and everything else associated with the British fleet. And so, what makes Peter the Great so extraordinary and larger than life are, again, not just his exploits for himself, but what he was willing to do. And even as a monarch, what he was willing to do for Russia. He became the lowest of the low. He was a deck seaman just so he can make sure that the Russian Navy had a fleet. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. And so when you look at the Russian fleet, a lot of times the Russian fleet is in the area because they will fly a standard, a flag, right? A huge white background standard with a light blue X, right? Many people would think that is I don't know, Scottish, British, or some shit. It's not British. It's not Scottish. That is Russian. That is basically a Russian Union Jack, letting you know this is our fleet. This is the Russian fleet. It's not the Russian flag. Don't get it twisted. Matter of fact, let me show you guys. I'm over here talking about the shit. There it is. There it is. I'm going to show it to y'all right here. So I don't want to get wrapped up. But there it is. This is what you'll see. The Russian Navy flag. A lot of people will say, oh, it's Scotland. No, no, no. That's the Russian Navy. This is it right here. They will fly that flag. And that's how you know their ships are inbound. Fascinating stuff when it comes to the Russian Navy. But if it wasn't for Peter the Great, there would not be a Russian fleet. And so Eugene, okay. So yeah. You've seen it. You've seen it. Oh boy. So Peter the Great effectively caused the grave of his son, Tsarevich Alexei in 1781 after torturing and convicting him of treason for conspiring against the Tsar's reforms. Yeah. So Martin Haley, you take care, brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Undoctrinated. How you doing, bro? Good to see you, fam. So if you guys hear of these epic encounters between us naval vessels, us American naval vessels, right? Which an American Navy is the best Navy in fucking town, baby. You heard it. You heard it here. It's the best Navy in town. Absolutely. But the Russians are very capable. Russians have been very capable for years. So they went from wooden boats, and everything else to what they have now and how capable their fleet is now. And one of the more advanced aspects of the Russian Navy is their submarine fleet, right? It's the stuff that you don't see, not necessarily the stuff on the surface. Now, of course, stuff like their carrier, the not the Kuznetsov, I forget the name, right? I forgot the name of their carrier, but it's the one with the sloped front. It's something to be desired, I guess. It's not that hot. They call it the shame of the Russian fleet because of all the issues and the problems that it has. Now, I'll tell you something that's quite dangerous and very capable in the Russian fleet are their submarines. Anyway, I could go on all day and talk about the Russian Navy. They have an amazing fleet. They have an amazing fleet. If we, if we were real good friends like we are with Britons, if we were as good as friends with the Russians, I think we could learn a lot from each other, right? And we could learn how they get the Typhoon class fucking submarine so fucking big and put a hot tub in there. How they do that, I wish they can share those secrets with us so we could put those on our submarines. I think that would be amazing. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. In the meantime, I'm going to talk about how good their fleet is. Their fleet is not the American fleet. The American fleet is something different, baby. Our fleet is a little bit different. But if it wasn't for Peter the Great doing what he did, they would not have as strong a fleet as they do now. The Russian fleet is very capable, very strong. And they are willing to do a lot of different things in order to achieve success. And that's what sets many navies, many powers, and their militaries apart from others. Russian Navy is capable. Chinese Navy is coming up also. Their Navy adopts a lot of their principles and how they operate from the Russians as well. If it wasn't for the Russians, the Chinese would not have the type of Navy that they have. A lot of the Chinese vessels are borrowed from the Russians. But now the Chinese have taken much of what the Russians had, used it, and have built their own vessels, very capable vessels too. Very capable vessels. But a lot of Chinese vessels, and I'm not trying to make this into, I apologize, y'all, that I'm off into left field, but I told you I was going to do this ahead of time. But a lot of the Chinese vessels are copied from what the Russians have. Even home-built Chinese vessels are copied from what the Russians have. And it's funny when we look at a Chinese radar and then we look at a Russian radar and we're like, that's the same fucking thing. It's hilarious. And I bet the Russians are probably like, yeah, that's ours. That's the same as our this. That's the same as our early warning radar. That's the same as our commercial navigation radar. That's the same as our fire control, so on and so forth. Target illuminator. It's the same fucking thing, right? And that's fine. You tend to copy what's good. You tend to emulate what works and what's effective. And the Russians have a very effective fleet. Saying all that to say that Peter the Great brought a lot to the people of Russia that they otherwise would not have if it wasn't for his way of thinking. And again, I think he was a Tartarian. I think he's a picture perfect example of what a human at that time as a Tartarian would be. That would be Peter the Great. And like I said, his dimensions, motherfucker was like 7 feet tall, huge, strong, super smart, just different. He wasn't normal. He was not normal. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the Russians definitely need to know how to maneuver in cold water. The Russians got that shit down to a science. Absolutely. You're not going to hear any protests from me about that. The Russians have it down to, because they have to. They have to know how to maneuver in ice. Absolutely. How to maneuver in ice with surface vessels, how to maneuver in ice with submarines. The Russians got that shit down to a science. Absolutely. And one of the things that the Russians do is they run their submarines in port. They don't even deploy that bitch because it's used as a power source. They use it as an electric company. They use one of their submarines as an electric company. I'm not hating, man. I'm congratulating. I'm not going to say that that's a dumb thing. I think that's amazing. It's like I take my cell phone and I use it to power my entire house. That's how capable their machines are. That's how capable their capabilities are. It blows your mind what they use it for. And I think that's a good purpose, right? To power the whole city. But here's the thing, right? I know I'm talking about the Russians kissing their ass a little bit, but they're good. They have some good stuff out there. I'm saying that, and I'm also talking about the Chinese because they have some good stuff. I think us as Americans, we have good stuff. We tend to take a lot of this good things that we have available and at the ready for us. I tend to think we take it for granted because it's available, because it's there. This is where my app comes in. The OWRS. If you're not familiar with the OWRS app, please get familiar with it. The OWRS, Old Worlds, Ruins, and Structures, right? So give me 1 second. I apologize, y'all. Robert Brower, thank you, sir. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to Robert Brower. I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, that's it's Flat Bob. Thank you, Flat Bob. Thank you. I appreciate you, sir. And Mr. Rizzo, thank you, Marquis Rizzo. Thank you, sir. Shout out to you, and thank you for the contribution to the OWRS. Now, this is where the OWRS comes in. The OWRS allows you to do these things on the fly. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be a line shot. It doesn't have to look as if you're, Peter Parker or anything, and you're about to put it in the Daily Planet. It doesn't have to be like that. But here's an opportunity for you to contribute to the OWRS. Phase 2. We're currently in phase 2. I'm building this app. Our team is building this app for things like this because we need it. We need it. I don't know what else to say. We need it. Okay? It's not a complicated app. It's not hard to understand. You could give your phone to your mom, they could get, or dad, and your grandparents. They can click on it. They can see the camera. They push the button. Everything is done. It's simple. The app is easy. It's easy. And the purpose behind the app is for us to take control of the narrative of what we consider history, proper history. We don't have to sit there and worry about McGraw-Hill and all these other textbooks trying to tell us what the hell we're seeing or trying to tell us why they did certain things. We don't have to do that the whole time. We don't. Now, here's what's good about it. Just because you take a picture of something, just because you captured something that belongs in the OWRS, and what OWRS stand for, in case you didn't know, stands for Old World, Ruins, and Structures. Just because you take a picture of it doesn't mean you know what it is. But at least you recognize you don't know what it is. That is something that looks old. That is something that looks like it belongs some other time. I need to get this. Do you know how many people send me stuff all the time? And I'm just like, I don't know what it is, but that's okay because I'm not that smart and I'm okay with that. I'm not the brightest guy in the world and I'm fine with that. But there are people, and listen, brains that work together work best when we work together. There's so many people in here that experience things from different places that know certain things. Mike Van Dyke, Eugene, RG, D-Man, like all you guys have different experiences. And so you see the world a certain way and you've experienced the world a particular way and you know things that I'll never know, but I won't know that until I learn it from you. So you might see something from what I've taken pictures of and it might resonate a little bit different from you. That's where the OWRS comes in. That's the power of the hour. You feel me? You like that though, right? That's the power of the OWRS. 3 Big Buddy Bob, how you doing, sir? Good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Moxie M2B, welcome, sir. Welcome, family. Good to see you, fam. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let me highlight you guys real quick. Moxie, how you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. 3 Big Buddy Bob, good to see you, sir. And I was thinking about you the other day, man. I hope everything's going swell for you and your brother. Hope everything's going swell for you and your family. Everybody's doing good on your end, man. Hopefully everything's good on you and your family, man. FE Nation. Okay. FE Nation. FE Nation, you have a wrench, so hopefully people went ahead and clicked on it. I'd like to see what that is. Let's see. So that's where the hours comes in, family. I can't tell you what's good and what's bad. I can't tell you even what's old world. And you know, like, we could do our best to try and figure out what old world is, but that's what the app is there for. I appreciate you, Drew. Thank you, family. And that the more I start to see, the sillier I feel. I don't know how else to put it, but the sillier I feel, the more I begin to see. The more open my eyes are, I'm like, oh my God, there's a lot to take in that I know I just don't get. And I'm going to leave this world one day, and I'm still trying to figure shit out. And I'm still trying to figure it out. You see? St. Brid's in New England, it's an old maps and shit. Yeah. So yeah, if you could take a picture of that, Dan MC, I would love to see it, bro. If you could take a picture of that, I'd love to see it. And here's the thing, is the app serves in a few different ways. It lets you take the picture, it lets you archive it, and everybody's got access to it. After a while, it becomes more solid, right? That's basically the normal premise of the app. The thing is, there are a lot of you guys that live in places that I might never see. Whether it's in America or it's overseas, I may never, ever see these places. What you're then doing is you're providing an outlet to people that need to find this. You're providing opportunities for people that are looking for what it is you've taken a picture of. You could be a gas station attendant, and that's what you do on a daily basis. But something came into your spirit to take a picture of this thing with the hours, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That shit look old as hell. And that's okay. You put it in the archive. What you just documented, what you just visualized, what you just took a picture of can go to somebody that's actually looking for what you just took a picture of. And Lord knows the connection that you just made. We don't know. We don't know. And you don't have to force anything. And that's the beauty of the app, is you don't have to force shit. You ain't got to make shit up. It is what it is. The shit is old as fuck. It's old and we don't know it. We came into a world that existed, that is here. People before us came into a world that is here, that we don't fucking know. And we're trying to figure it the fuck out. I think that's fair. I think that's normal. That's okay to do that. At the same time, we're not just going to take any answer as the answer. We're not going to take, oh, that is there for this. Really? You're going to build a gigantic domed structure, and then you're going to call it the post office. In what world? In what world? And like where? Why would you call that why is that the post office? That doesn't make any sense. You guys want to see what I'm talking about? Oh, let me look in here. I'll show y'all exactly what I'm talking about. All right. You take a whole dome structure, and then you take fake dinosaur bones, and then you do whatever with it. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that what you're doing is lying, but it might not be true. You're going to take a whole, these things that we have no idea why they're there. And then that's because we wanted to put a post office in here so we could send mail from point A to point B. That's why that is there. Really? For real? Let me show you guys, if you hadn't seen it, right? What is in Winchester, Virginia? And let me tell you what it is. For all you guys that live in these places, you might have been familiar with this. This is the Handley Library. Y'all, they saying this is a library. You see that? on Piccadilly Street. I'm going to my VA appointment, right? Because I'm an old man and I'm retired. Yeah, a dome office, really? This is what they're telling me the library is. The Hanley Library. Let's turn this into a dome structure, y'all. This is what it is. And this is what they want you to believe. This is what they want us to believe, not just you. But here's the thing. You think this is alone in Winchester? And I'm sure you guys have heard of places like Winchester in Virginia. Matter of fact, Winchester, Virginia is where, what's his name, was born? Byrd. Admiral Byrd was born in Winchester, Virginia. Is where he's from. But they're trying to tell us that this library over here is how it needs to be built. This is how you build libraries, y'all. Just like this, over the top, extra. That's what they're trying to tell us. This is how they're saying it's best for a library to function, by building something extra, just like that. Libraries work better when they're built like this. Nobody would have built a fucking library like that. Never would have. But here's what's crazy, y'all. A lot of Virginia is just like that. Much of Virginia is just like that. And here's the thing. That's Northern Virginia, closer to DC and shit. I can only imagine what Richmond is like, what Hampton is like, Stanley is like, Luray, where Luray Caverns and stuff like that, right? Or where all these the crystal caverns with the organs, the pipe organs, what that's like. All these things, they're here. They're old. Nobody knows why the fuck they are, why they are, but they're here. The OWRS takes care of that. Old world ruins and structures. It handles that. It takes care of that. We are in the process of still building it. And these guys we're going back and forth. And I apologize again for not being as present as I'd like to be, making the shows twice every week like I'd like to, like normal. But this app, it's important. Not saying that you guys aren't important. I'm not saying that at all. But this app, there's a lot to this thing. Like, it's like I can taste it. I can feel it. I could see it. I could smell it. That's how much this app would mean to not just flat earth people. And I want us to recognize that it's not just for flat earthers. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. I don't care if you're a globe. I don't care if you don't even think this place is real. I don't care. You can use it as well, because you'll come across those structures and you'll be like, it doesn't fit. It doesn't work here. It doesn't make any sense. Why? And that's okay. It's okay to feel like that. I felt like that. But the thing is when I see these things, I'll be able to have taken a picture of it, and then I'll be able to send it to a place where people that might have the answer, that I'm not saying that you do, but you might have something to add on to it to make it all make sense. That's where the OWRS comes in. Not only is it dealing with time and missing time, but it belongs to us. History shouldn't belong to them. It shouldn't belong to a bunch of people that don't have our best interests in heart. It should never belong to them. It should never have belonged to them. It's our history. It belongs to us. This is our time. This time that we're experiencing here together belongs to us. It doesn't belong to them. So don't let them have that time. That belongs to you. And the past also belongs to us. Let's take it back. And we're still digging it up. Yep. I feel you on that. And yes, get a shovel. Now, I feel you guys on that. This is why I feel that time capsules to us are important. Time capsules, when we drop a time capsule somewhere, that basically leaves for the generations that might come across that time capsule. It gives them a marker as to when something was left. it lets them know if they say there's another mud flood, right? And we have like 19 feet worth of mud that cover us, that destroy us. Well, whoever digs and whoever comes across these time capsules that might be about here, right? They'll have come across something and they'll be like, wow, this is from at this period. This might have been where we found something from 2025, 2026. So between this period, between this height and this height, something happened at this period. Something must have happened at this period to where we have 19 feet of mud, and nothing within the 19 feet of mud like a time capsule is there. But we have something at that 19-foot mark at a few instances. That's where your time capsules come in. Buildings, yes, buildings are another thing that are time capsules. But we've been fed such a crock of BS when it comes to our history. I don't even know what to believe anymore. I don't know what to believe. I wouldn't even know how to approach it properly anymore, to be honest with you. Nobody knows how to approach it. And part of the reason I say that, Mike Van Dyke, is this. So I'm looking at Urbano Monti's map the other day, right? And while I'm looking at it, I'm going through the pictures that I took. And you know what David Rumsey doesn't show you in his like detailed overview of Urbano Monti's app? He doesn't show you the seals that the Vatican left on specific pages. He doesn't show you that. And I'm like, why don't you show us that? David Rumsey doesn't show you all the missing squares, the missing parts of the map. He doesn't show you that. Meanwhile, this map is from fucking 1590, 1580 something. But they take so much away from what can explain a lot based off of what we see in the map. But when you look at it digitally, they don't show you that. When, for example, matter of fact, hold on, y'all. I'm going to run to the restroom. Give me 1 second. We're going to pause for, I can't even say station identification. Let's pause for a little bit. Let's listen to some jams. All right, y'all. I'm back. Okay, here we go. So let me go ahead and, as promised, I wanted to show y'all this. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So I appreciate it, Mike Van Dyke. Thank you very much. And so Drew Hurst says, you have serious doubts about our narrative dates. Hard to verify much back past even just a couple of hundred. And you want to know something? You're right. You can't believe anything that these people put past you. You know what I'm saying? And what's crazy is this is we have evidence to show we can't trust them. They erase our history at every turn. Every chance they get, they erase a piece of history. And here's what's crazy is that the most mundane thing, you would think that you wouldn't have to hold on to history-wise, they would erase it. I don't even fucking know what their motive is, but they would erase it. Like, nobody would think, people think it's the most important things that we need to keep. Well, sure, of course we need to keep that. But what if, let's just say that these guys decide to say, hey, you know these things, meat grinder, you put fucking meat in a meat grinder and then you turn it into sausage, a sausage maker, whatever you want to call it, meat grinder, sausage maker. Let's just say that the government was like, yo, let's get rid of shit on meat grinders. To you, it doesn't seem like a big deal. But what if to the next few generations down the road, they didn't even know we had fucking meat grinders? They're like, how did you make sausage? Did sausage just come from an animal? Like, no, we turned it into meat grinder. Well, what's a meat grinder look like? Hold on, wait a minute. Do we have anything on meat grinders here? No. We just have your word of mouth. That's it. They got rid of the shit. Do you see what I'm saying? So now, effectively, people are like, sure, sausages exist, but how did sausages just come out of nowhere? How did they just make sausages the way you say you make sausages? We use meat grinders. Well, where are these meat grinders that you're talking about? Well, you don't have any here. You don't have any books on meat grinders. Where are your meat grinders? Well, we would use it like this and we would just turn the shit and, a meat grinder. No, I don't know what a meat grinder is. What if they just got rid of that? And this is what I'm talking about. There's so much about our history, and you really bring up a good point, Drew Hurst, right? There's a lot about our history that they remove deliberately. So you say, Eugene does. They still find structures and cities that have not been unearthed in Sodom and Gomorrah, and the cities thereof. Also, things like the rock that Moses split in Saudi Arabia near Mount Sinai and Jezebel and Al Jezebel. Yeah, I think that's the one that he split with his staff. God told him to talk to it, but he just hit it, and then freaking water spouts out. But here's what's crazy, Eugene and family. Here's what's crazy is that there is something to the old world that they knew that water came from within All right, here I am. I don't know if you guys could see me, but I'm back. Yeah, StreamYard. I don't know why it's like this, but it is. But I'm back. I am back. I don't know if you guys could see me, but if you can, just give me a 1, give me a 2. Just let me know, acknowledge me if you can see me. But I am back. I apologize for that. StreamYard, for whatever reason, took me off. And this is on Google, on the Google side of things, right? All right. So, as promised, I wanted to show you guys what I came across and why I know that our shit is being fucked with. I don't know if you guys could see it, but this is what I took I went and I visited, if you don't know, I visited Monty's map in 2023, 2024, one of the two. I went and I noticed that Urbano Monty's map was not a full map like, you know, a big giant fucking game of Twister, a giant mat like a lot of people would have thought, because it's a 10-foot by 10-foot map when you put it together, right? When you combine it. But when you don't combine it, it's within a book. But every single page is called a tavola, and it tells you how to put each page together and where it needs to go, like a puzzle piece. Okay? Now, all of these puzzle pieces obviously they're different, but this one right here, actually, there are many of these puzzle pieces that are a lot alike. Look, you see this? This is like an iron cross. This is coming from somebody as a stamp of approval. There were a few of these pages in Urbano Monty's map that had this stamp of approval. It's like a seal. It wasn't as if it had an ink in it. It was just basically a seal that depressed the paper, or this I don't even know what kind of paper this was, but it wasn't like it was oak or anything else like that. It could have been hemp. I don't know. But it was to depress or make an impression within this paper to let us know, hey, we approve. We're good over here. We follow this. This is how we like it. This right here, we're good. And throughout this Urbano Monty's map, throughout this document, you found these. The reason it's in black and white is because I put it in infrared. This is the infrared view of this. I have an infrared function on my camera, but this is the infrared view right here. Yeah. So I guess you could kind of say that it looks like a very basic and plain magnetron as well. A magnetron, right? A magnetron typically that you could find within the guts of a radar. This looks like a magnetron. Donald Piasek said toroidal field, possibly. Sure. I'd buy that. But to me, one of the first things I thought was Iron Cross. Vatican-like. Okay, yeah. So, okay, it is a little hard to see. What I'm going to do, give me 1 second. It's a bit hard to see. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to find some more that I came across. Okay. I will find more. And they are they're difficult to see. This is why I changed the viewing scheme on how to look at it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to show this to y'all. Share screen, boom. Okay. Okay, you guys could see that. That's that bird that's carrying off that elephant. Okay. That's the bird that's carrying off that elephant. And this is the book. This is the map. This is Urbano Monty's map in my person that I'm sitting over there just going over this bitch. Okay. Some more of the map. Some more of the map. The Gaia land. And here, here's what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry. This is it. Here's that seal again. You have them on different pages. This is why they look different. This look like it got a little bit of a soy sauce stain on it. Sure. But this is part of why they look different. They're just different. They're different seals. I mean, the same type of steel, but just on different pages. This one that got soy sauce on it looked like motherfucker spilt his damn coffee on this bitch. And here I changed the viewing. So that's an infrared view of it. Again. Can you see? Hopefully you guys could see it. I mean, it's faint. This one is faint. I tried to get them in different views because I knew that we'd come across this problem. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, Paul Hogston, I know, man. I know. Whatever this says, let's see. Your afione della quarita di. I might take some time to break this down, but I don't even know what it says down here. But this is at the Urbanomonte family crest right here. Right? That's the crest. More of what's on the map. And I don't know why these lines were running through it, but, you know. Gradi. Okay, so it's talking about the parallel lines right here, right? Rupel's griffin, vulture, gypsies. Rupelli is the highest flying bird, famously recorded colliding with a plane at a record-breaking. Rupel's griffin, vulture. 37,000 feet. Oh, I wouldn't even know. It's crazy. Paul Hogston, I wouldn't even know. I didn't even know about that. I'm going to have to look that up. Okay. More stuff on the map. Anti paradolo 20 gradi. Okay, so more on, yeah, so you see these dots over here in the water? So Urbanomonte's map, I figured, was hand-drawn. Motherfucker didn't use no calipers. He didn't use no measuring tape. He didn't use no ruler. He drew this whole freaking thing by hand as if he just drew it from his mind. I could tell you guys, I've done stuff like this, right? I've drawn things from my head. I've drawn things from my mind, from what I've learned. Much of which, if anybody that's been in the Navy, anybody that's gotten their fish, like I got my fish, I had to draw how to turn a drop of water, seawater, into electricity, or how to turn a drop of seawater into coffee. I had to learn how the basic steam cycle worked on a naval vessel. When you do these things, right, you have to know from memory, from your mind, and you have to draw out how all of these things take place. And what am I talking about? And I'm just talking from a military naval perspective, which there are a lot of naval personnel that can tell you, that are probably nodding their heads in agreement, like, yep, oh, I remember when I got my fish and I had to make all of this work. The only way you make, and let me slow down. The only way you make, and what I mean by getting your fish is attaining a certain qualification. They're called your dolphins, right? And in the Navy, when you get your dolphins, it is a qualification, like I said. In order to get that qualification, you have to demonstrate to people that are qualified in what you're trying to get. You have to show to them that you understand how the operation of the subsurface vessel works. And the only way to do that is they'll ask you questions and you have to give them the right answer. basically. And you have to show that you understand it. One of the ways in which you do that is by drawing out how systems work in concert with one another on a submarine or on that submarine, how it works. And what would you do if certain scenarios happen and how you would fight through that. And then if you're successful, you get your dolphins, you get your fish, silverfish. I got silverfish because I was enlisted, right? Goldfish go to officers. I was an enlisted man. I work for a living. So saying all that to say, it wouldn't surprise me if a man like Urbano Monti drew that whole thing by heart from what he knew of what was available to him. And he didn't have to draw it all at one time. No, he was given the information and he drew it based off of what he saw. And this was everything. And you could just tell that he drew it by heart. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me get into it real quick. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me make sure I ain't got nothing crazy up in here. Okay. All right. We're going to show you a little bit of Monty's map. We rolled from old world stuff into structures, into why the OWRS app needs to be made. And it does need to be made. So guys, if you want to contribute to the OWRS, I highly recommend you contribute to the OWRS. Absolutely. Contribute to the OWRS, family. Old world ruins and structures. And here is contributions to the OWRS. If you have PayPal, contribute. If you have Cash App, contribute. There it is. There is your opportunities, right, to contribute to the OWRS. Old world ruins and structures. This is the latest and the greatest of apps that is coming out. It's going to be on both iOS and Android as well. So you don't have to worry. It's an easy app. You can use it. Your baby can use it. Your grandma and grandpa could use it. Your mom and dad can use it. If your dog knew what an app was and if he gave a damn, your dog, if it was as smart as Lassie, your dog could use it too. Old world ruins and structures. That is an opportunity right there, which I've just presented for you to go ahead and donate. Donate to the old world ruins and structures. Saying all that to kind of roll into this, why our history is important. And so I'm going to show you guys again the Urbano Monti map. My bad. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So this is a piece of the, whatchamacallit, that's a piece of the family crest. Here's more stuff. And you could just look. You could see that Monty drew this stuff by hand. So I almost feel as if, and Sam, our brother Sam, right? Hey, Vlad, check it out. You see how there are these brown dots everywhere you look? You have these brown dots. So those brown dots, what they look like to me are markers. So those markers, Vlad, is place markers to help us figure out what all of these lines they are. So that was Sam that kind of guided me. And I was like, I agree. Because to me, those backgrounds, the Akinator is in the foundry, y'all. What's happening, fam? Because these dots, I was like, why would you put these dots in here? When I looked at every aspect of this map, and I asked myself, why would you put that in there, Urbano? Why would you put that in there? Why would you put that in there? So I was like, there's no reason for him to put these dots in there other than to serve as a point of reference as some sort. All right. Those brown dots in a blue ocean water. So I'm like, okay, you put it in there as a point of reference of some sort, but it's a measurement marker. It makes sense because if you look at these brown dots, even as benign and as simple as they look, they're markers. They help you tell something, the distance of something. They help you. As long as you know the distance from here to here, And from here to here, you can tell everything else. You can get around in these things. You can get around from place to place in the Urbano Monte map if you know the distance between these dots. You can move around. So I feel that's exactly why Urbano Monte made the dots the way he did. I feel that's exactly why, because I don't think that the paper came that way. I don't think the paper came like this. Oh, let me get brown dot and blue paper. No, I don't think he did it like that. But there's a way in which he did it to where you understand the size of something, or you understand the distances of certain places, between certain places. More craziness in the map. Okay. And this thing right here, all right, let's go back. We could probably go back a little bit too. These things where you see they got two of these motherfuckers right here, then you got a little centaur right there. You see this right here? You know what they're called? They're not mermaids. I just learned the name of them. So if you look at Starbucks, we're going to take you there. Let's take you there real quick. Okay. Want to show you guys something. Want you guys to take a look at this. Okay. Let me share this with y'all. This is called a Nixie. They call it mermaid, siren, princess. This is a Nixie. That is the official term of it. That thing that you're looking at in the water with them two humps coming out, it's called a Nixie. She got them little titties and shit. Look at that. Motherfucking titties and shit. Anyway, let me stop getting dirty and stupid, right? But these are Nixies. It's like they've got two tails. A little split right here. They got two tails, little titties hanging out. Got the crown as if they're regal. And we see this lady right here with them two things. And a lot of people don't understand what it is, because if they were to see that, it would probably make other people feel uncomfortable. But to make you feel more comfortable, because this is America and America has gotten soft, this is what they want to show you. This lady right here smiling, looking pretty and stuff. She ain't going to show her titties or nothing. And she's going to show these things that you don't know what the fuck they are. That's how we roll now these days. Okay. That's how we roll these days. I don't know if you guys saw that. Right? So they call those things Nixies. And throughout Urbano Monte's map, you're going to see, especially in the Southern Ocean, you're going to see Nixies all throughout that map. Let me show you. There he is. There's a Nixie right there. You got a piece of his leg. This might just be a regular merman. He happy and shit. Look at him smiling. Merman. Nixie. Merman. Nixie. These guys saying what's up. Saying peace to the motherfucker taking the picture from above. You know what I'm saying? What's happening, fam? You know? More fishes. Merman. Nixie. Centaur. Sagittarius. More of this. Right? This is different because you had the one with the two marks. This seal is different. That seal is different. If you look, I mean, no. It's the same type of seal. It's just on a different page. Excuse me. That's what I mean by they're different. Excuse me. This is the same type of seal on a different page. And they're everywhere. They are everywhere. And then this is what much of the book is like this, where they had to reinforce the pages so that the thing didn't fall to pieces, you know? And I'm sure there were times where they used the book, right? They used this book to do what they did, but you found a lot of pages that had this shit on it. It looks like a flame. Some of this had a flame seal on it. It's weird. I don't know if it was an anchor or what, but it looked like a flame. This page, terzo, 42. So on page 42, you would find that here. And my thing is, while I was looking at Monty's map, it was important to take a look and see what page we were on. It was important to look and see how many pages that this bitch gave me, because I wanted to compare it to the official record. What's the official record telling me? But what is Monty's map book telling me? Is it different from what the official record is? Absolutely. These people tell you, oh, it's only 111 pages. Be like, then why am I counting 167? Why am I counting this many? There it is. Look at that. Totally different from the seals that we were used to. Totally different from the seals that look like an iron cross. Totally different. Yeah, it might be an elephant. Could it be an elephant? Maybe. I can't see one. But you're using your mind's eye trick, Paul Hogston. And maybe you see an elephant. I don't know. Right? I wanted to take multiple pictures of that. 236, right? And you see? 237. Rio de San Francisco. There it is. I wanted to take a bunch of pictures of that thing, just in case. And there's another one. There's another one. These things were strewn about the entire book. Yup. That thing was all over the place. Them iron crosses was everywhere in the book. Damn near, yup. They were all over the place. This right here. And then there goes that elephant. There goes that elephant that was getting picked up by that big pterodactyl looking bird. Yeah, so Drew, that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't surprise me. I'm like, I kind of expected they remove shit. They'll be like, oh, it was lost to a fire or some nonsense. You know, I'm like, yeah, of course it was. There it is, another iron cross, more iron crosses. You got these things everywhere. And I was measuring them. I was doing everything. My thing is, you see this approach that I'm taking? Captain Caveman, how you doing, family? 5893. Good to see you, Captain Caveman. But you see this approach that I'm taking, where I'm looking at it, I'm taking pictures, I'm taking all sorts of pictures, I'm documenting this, I'm telling y'all about it, I'm explaining my experience, I'm measuring from the center point of where that is all the way to the end of the page, to the beginning of the page, to the binding. You see how that is? Guys, listen. If them dudes that said they went and did the final experiment did what they did the way they said they did, they would have done it. It would have been done. It would have been something like that. It would have been something similar to that. You understand what I'm saying? They would have did it like that. They would have been like, hey, this is how we got this information. We did as much as we could with what we got. Now, it's not as dynamic as the sun moving, which it's slow, right? From our perspective, the sun moving. But even though this is a controlled environment, I did what I could to attain. And you guys didn't even know what the fuck I was doing, right? This was me on my time coming out here to do something and provide a service because I felt it was cool. I felt this is something that we could learn from, right? Yeah, 15 degrees every hour is the movement of the sun around this plane. So, or above this plane. So these guys, when they went to claim that they did the final experiment, you figured that a lot of this stuff would have been done. A lot of these experiments, they would have gone above and beyond to gather as much information for us to bring back and be like, this is what we did. This is how we did it. This is what we got. Whether you like it or not, this is what we got. And we did everything we could. This is me doing everything I could, right? measuring, seeing how many pages, counting how many dots, right? Seeing the purpose of this, seeing what I could find that I can't find digitally on Rumsey's map digitally, right? You know why? Because how many of you guys are going to go visit Monty's map? How many of you guys are interested in Monty's map? Many. How many of you guys are actually going to visit it? Not many. Not many. Okay? I'm being realistic. Not too many of you guys are going to go out and hit California for whatever reason. Not many of us will do that. And I'm fine with that. But I understand that. And so I took it as, you know, a person to do what I knew I could do. So I could bring to you guys maybe the questions you guys might have had. Maybe the questions that you don't know you might have had unless I present you something to where you might ask that question. I don't know. But I wanted to bring you guys something. And maybe bring you guys something that would ask us questions that we never would have thought we'd ask. Be like, holy shit, I never thought I'd ask that question, but I have to now that I'm presented with something new. They didn't do any of that. A lot of them hardly did any of that at the final experiment. So it made us ask more questions because of what they did not do. And that's why, and I'm not trying to make this about the final experiment. I'm really not. And I'm not trying to strike on anybody. I'm really not. Right. But I figure if you're going to do something that a lot of people aren't going to do or go someplace that a lot of people ain't going to go, you might as well do the odd things too. Do the things out of the norm because you know that the question might come up, or count the things that you know people might ask. You won't get everything, but at least people will see that you gave it the old college try, that you gave it your all, and you tried to present people with something that they can work with. Right? Really, that's what these experiences, it doesn't have to be me. It could be you going someplace. You're going to experience a lot of things that others may not experience. While you're out there, please get the things that you know we won't be able to get because you're there. So Level Plane Productions, I've never seen that map. Share the images of the flat Earth from 1972 Russian rocket launch. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. If you could present that to me. 4-quarter Earth theory, vibes of cosmos. I've never seen that, but if you could show me that, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I've never seen that Russian map you're speaking of, Level Plane Productions, but I'd like to see it. 4-quarter Earth theory, vibes of cosmos. True. They have shown all the details, but it was more like a produced movie where there were a few details so as not to break the illusion, the fourth wall of the set. Yeah. And I appreciate you, Mike Van Dyke. Yep. Drew Hurst. Yes, exactly. Let me continue with this here. Let me give you guys more of this. Excuse me. I apologize. There we go. Let's go here. And I was measuring. And if you could see, that's roughly an inch big, right? Like roughly almost like an inch and an eighth big. This thing. An inch and an eighth wide, rather. Okay. In diameter, in regular terms. That thing. All of them were that size. And it almost looks as if this isn't even these things are not perfect circles, because this is what this tells me. You see how this is not a perfect circle? It looks like it's not a bad circle. It looks like it was a hand-drawn circle. Even the circle is hand-drawn. This whole thing is homemade. The circle itself is hand-drawn. This is not a perfect circle. Look at that. This thing is not perfect. Even this is hand-drawn. Look at that. All the inconsistencies with this. This is more curved. This is flattens out on the bottom naturally. This is a natural hand-drawn circle. This is not a circle from a stamp unless they made the stamps out of hand-drawn, handmade stamps. Level Plane Productions. Drop your link, please, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, please drop a link so we can see that. Oh. Level Plane Productions. Yeah, right. Exactly. Send me an email, man. Level Plane Productions, send me an email. You got my email. It's at ironwork@gmail. Ironwork92000 @gmail. These things are all over the place. And this is just more evidence that it was hand-drawn. Look at that. This is all crooked and shit. It's not like he used a straight edge or nothing. Look at that. When you fuck up on a line, so you got to draw it twice, and you can't erase it. So that's what you do. Look at this. Right outside the line. Like he can't color right. So it's not a perfect map. And just color bleeding through the paper and everything, through the edges. Like he just colored it all messed up. And it's not a strike on him. It's just to show you how imperfect these things are. But he drew it from his mind, from the top of his dome. But there are also the things that have been removed in Urbano Monte's map, kind of like the North Pole. Big ass flamingo over here. The fucking griffin right here. Somebody was talking about a griffin earlier. There's a griffin right here. I think this one is on Australia. This one is in Australia, if I'm not mistaken, or around where Mu might have been. Mu, Lemuria, all them hidden lands and shit. This freaking griffin. A lot of times when they talk about griffin in Urbano Monte's map, they talk about the Joker up top in the north, where they give a description of what the griffins look like, what they do, how they get down, how they fuck with people, right? Trying to avoid them jokers. Griffins, more griffins, and more griffins. And so, yeah, even while I was there, I just measured the distance from the end of the page to the binder, to the binding, right? To the spine, excuse me, to the spine of the book. I was measuring everything because I was like, they might want this information. They might need this information. They may need to know. Giants, the Cyclops. He over there looking and shit. He got a little beaver that he either caught or he's using as a jacket. Cyclops of monoculus, one eye. Right? Some dude about to beat this little Jersey Devil looking thing upside the head. About to beat that thing up top the head, man. Paul Hogston, much appreciated, fam. Level Plane Productions, y'all. Y'all go ahead and sub to Level Plane Productions, y'all. Please sub to this man. And I'm going to do the same as well. Okay. More sea creatures, right? Giving people rides in the water. Look like a seahorse. This looks like a seahorse. This looks like a horse of the sea. On the Tropic of Capricorn. So look at that. Terra de Lacai. Lacai. Or Lacach, excuse me. So Terra de Lacach was next to Australia. It was, from what I remember, it was next to Australia, right? The Tropic of Capricorn cuts through the top part of Australia. Terra de Lacach was one of those lands that was like outside in the outer ring that was next to Australia, I remember. Little camel in Australia. I remember this being Australia. And you have a lion looking like it's fighting a dragon or something right here. Looks like a dragon fighting a lion right here in Australia. And a camel over here just minding his business because he does not want that smoke. Yep. And the dude beating that thing upside its head. Lion thing, just spots now. That could have been bleed over from the paper previous, right? You had a lot of this effect going on. If you look, you had a lot of shit that bled over from the previous page into that page. Okay, more measuring. Because I already know, man. And the thing is, I took a picture of what I measured so people didn't say I didn't measure nothing. You know what I'm saying? So people could at least see for themselves. So people could see for themselves what the dimensions of this publication are. So they're not having to take my word for it. They can see for themselves. This is why these things, now take note, people that did the final experiment. This is why these things are so important, right? You don't know the questions that people are going to ask, so at least have something prepared for them. Not everything's going to be perfect. And I'm not saying that you had to have everything perfect, but at least quell the questions before they come. Get at the questions that you think you might have asked before they get there. Be able to answer, be able to record before they're asked, before you're queried. And it's not a strike on you guys. I'm just saying this is how business should be conducted. Nobody told me to come out here. I just did it. Right? And I knew that the questions would come up, and you got to be thinking the same way, or you should have been thinking the same way. Right. So if we ask you for tickets, don't be sitting there being fucking shy and shit. And why are you asking for tickets and trying to berate me? That's so disingenuous. If you said, oh, well, let me see your tickets to California, I would have given you the tickets. Plus, I would have given you a bunch of souvenirs that I got from Stanford University. Right? More of the stuff cutting through there. Terra de la Coche. More Nixies. Doing Nixies, what Nixies do, saying what's up to everybody. Right? Merman, seahorse, guy butt naked on top of a seahorse. Seahorse looking at him like, yo, get your dick off my back, bro. You know? He got it right. He's like, man, I'm just going to sit on his back. I ain't putting my dick on his back like that, man. This dude, I don't know. He's like, the seahorse ain't too proud of that, man. He ain't too happy. He feels a little embarrassed. I get it. It's all good. Cyclops again. More of, I think, Australia. All right. Barastella. And page 33. I think that's why I took a picture of it, because I was like, okay, page 33. Let's see, just in case. So I took a picture of it. Tabla 33. All right. You've got a little bit of the bleeding over into the page, from page to page. Bleeding over. More measuring. Right? So there would be objects that would be hovering around here. So I would measure from there to the end of the page. Now, here's what I want you guys to take away from this. Just because graded rules are measured a specific way, whether by centimeter or inch or a combination of the two, if you're going to have a ruler and you have different rulers, at least get the different rulers from the same place. Right? Same place, same company, same time. Because rulers will measure different a lot of times, believe it or not. I know, it sounds crazy, but measuring tapes kind of do the same thing. They'll be off by a little bit, or they'll measure different. That's what I mean by being off. More measuring. More measuring. Measuring, yeah. So more measuring and measuring and measuring and measuring. I was just measuring the whole time because I never knew who would have asked what. Nixies. This is where you see the Nixies in all their glory. You see that, y'all? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a break for a little bit. You guys marinate on that. Take a look at those Nixies. Matter of fact, let me rotate that bitch. You guys look at that. I'm going to let you guys chew on that for a little bit. I am going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a break. And I'll be right back after these Messages. All right, fam, I'm here. I'm back. What's good? What's up? All right. So I tell you, man, these Nixies right here, this is the coffee that some of y'all is drinking. Also, while you drink Starbucks coffee, know that you supporting Israel and that bullshit that they doing out there in the Eastern Mediterranean. All that bullshit that these motherfuckers is doing, you supporting when you buy Starbucks coffee. Now, here's the thing. I ain't trying to tell you what to buy. I ain't trying to tell you how to buy it, right? But when you support Starbucks, know that you supporting Israel and the shit that they do to them people out there that they don't deserve none of that bullshit. When you support Israel, also know that you supporting that bullshit that they did to American sailors, soldiers, and airmen, not airmen, but sailors, soldiers, and civilians. You know what I'm saying? 1967, know that you support that. When you supporting people like Starbucks, that's what you support. You saying, you co-signing that. You saying yes. And I'm sorry, hey man, look, I'm not trying to make this about that. Not really trying to make this about that. But when you support things like Starbucks, you saying, yes, I support the USS Liberty incident. Yes, I support 9/11. Yes, I support the lies that these people is putting out. Yes, I support the tunnels that they build underneath these buildings in New York City. Yes, I support the bullshit that they push to everybody. Yes, I support the lies that they put in everybody's mind, that they put in everybody's books. I support that. That's what you're saying yes to. Just bringing it up. Hey, man, I'm just letting you know. I'm just bringing it up to speed. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm backing off. I'm backing off right now. But I just want to bring it to within your purview and letting you know that that is what you are supporting when you support people like that, right? Me, I'm just talking about Nixies, and these are what these guys are, because we're so used to looking at, and it's funny, like nobody talks about these things. Everybody talks about mermen, mergirls, right? Or mermaids, right? They don't talk about these things. Why? Why Nixies? Why do they have two tails? Why don't they tell us about this? Why not? Why does it always have to have one tail? Why? What is it that these guys were seeing in the water? Why don't they tell us about this right here? Why not? Why they have to tell us about the one with just one tail? I'm seeing these things, and here's the thing, y'all. We see them all throughout the map, different ones with two tails. As a matter of fact, I think we see more of these things with two tails than we see them with one tail. Why do they only tell us about the ones with one tail? Why? For what? For what? Why? And then you see that bird watching the whole thing like, damn, he grabbing your tail, bro. You gonna let him disrespect you like that? Oh, hell no, not me. I would just take my beak, I'd peck his eyes out. Fuck that. If that was me, oh, I would have pecked his eyes out a long time ago if that was me. No. Oh, Cafe Bustelo. Oh, yeah, Donald Piasek. Donald Piasek know what time it is, man. Bustelo's some real good espresso right there. He know what time it is. He knows what it is, man. That's like a Haitian's delight right there. Cafe Bustelo. That's some good coffee. And then look at you see? Look at that. More of these Nixies. You see? It's not single tail. It's two tails. Guys, okay. That looks a little gay, but whatever, it's none of my business. These guys do what they do, right? What I don't understand is, again, I'm going to say it again. It's as if, right? It is as if nobody talks about this, and all they talk about is one-tailed merman, merwoman, mergirl. Little Mermaid, Ariel, you know, Madison from one of my favorite movies. One of my all-time favorite movies is Splash. I absolutely love that movie. I fell in love with Daryl Hannah as a kid. As a kid, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just Vlad. I don't know. I had a crush on Daryl Hannah coming up as a kid. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what I was going to do with her. I just knew that I liked her. I didn't know. I was like, so a couple of things, all right? Full disclosure, right? Full disclosure, me as a kid coming up, Whitney Houston. Big ass crush on Whitney Houston. Mary Tyler Moore. Big ass crush on Mary Tyler Moore. You're gonna make it after all was the Mary Tyler Moore show. I remember as a kid. That's what I used to see her take her thing and throw it up in the sky and shit. Oh man, I didn't know what I was gonna do with Mary Tyler Moore, but I knew I had a crush on her. I didn't know. My thing was as a kid, anytime I saw a woman that I really liked, my thing was, oh, I want her to make me a sandwich and I want to give her a kiss on her cheek and I want her to give me a kiss on my cheek back. I thought French kissing was disgusting. I thought that was nasty. I was like, why would she put like I saw that on TV. I was like, hell no, that shit is nasty. Motherfuckers get ill. She put her tongue ill. Like I thought it was icky. But like I was like, yo, she gonna kiss me on the cheek and she gonna make me something good to eat. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what went through my head. That was, I guess that was me expressing affection, or how a woman would express her affections towards me, is by giving me a kiss on my cheek and making me a sandwich. I know it sounds weird, but that's how I saw it as a kid. I was innocent. You know what I'm saying? Now I still like the sandwich part, but you're gonna have to do a little bit more than just kiss me on my cheek. You feel me? But yeah, Mary Tyler Moore, Whitney Houston. Who else? Who else did I have? Oh yeah, Daryl Hannah, right? I had a crush on her. Like, oh my God, yo. Her, Felicia Rashad, she was Mrs. Huxtable. I had a crush on her. Yeah, man. Like I just, dude, yo, I used to have I used to have like hard crushes, man. I used to like be in love with them women, man. Oh, I Dream of Jeannie. Okay, she's a pretty one. Yeah. Ooh, yes. Dawn Wells. Dawn Wells. I had a crush on her. Scully from the X-Files. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yup. Oh no, Paul Hodgson. Don't tell me that, dog. Don't tell me that. Paul Hodgson, don't say that, man. You're going to ruin my dream, bruh. You're going to ruin my dream, Paul Hodgson. Please don't say that. Some of them might be men, Vlad. And look at that, the beautiful Christy Lee Dawes. Look at this beautiful girl coming in here. Oh, my bad. I don't want to offend nobody. I don't want to call you a girl. You're a woman. You're a grown woman. Don't want to offend. Look at this beautiful woman coming in here. Christy Lee Dawes looking all fine and shit. Joe K, what's happening, fam? Seeing you again. What's up? Yeah. Richie 009, what's happening, man? Good to see you, man. Aaron Gray. Yeah. From Silver Spoon and Buck Rogers. Yup. She was another one. She was beautiful. Yo, you know who else was another one that I had a crush on? I didn't even know her name. It was Agent 99. Agent 99 from Get Smart. I used to have a crush on that woman. Her, and what's her name? Batgirl. Batgirl from the 1960s Batman. I used to have a crush on her too. Batgirl. She was on, I forgot her name, but Batgirl from the 60s Batman with Adam West. I had a crush on her. I was like, yo, she gonna make me a sandwich, dog. I was like, she gonna give me a kiss on the cheek and she gonna make me a sandwich. That's what I want. I didn't know what I was gonna do with Batgirl, but I knew she was gonna make me a sandwich. She was gonna make me something to eat and make me happy. That's right. Gil Gerard, he just died. That's right. He just died. Yes, this is true, y'all. Buck Rogers just died, man. A couple of weeks ago, man. 82, man. My man was young. Buck Rogers. Yup. He just died. Elizabeth Montgomery. Oh, snap. Okay. Yeah, she was a pretty one, man. Elizabeth Montgomery. Yeah. but definitely the girl that played Batgirl. Like I had a crush on her. I know she was on a few episodes of the old Star Trek from the 60s. Yeah, man. I had the hots for her, boy. And that's, you know, as a kid, I didn't know what I was gonna do. I didn't know what to do with them. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know why I liked her. I just knew I liked her. I just knew I liked these women. I just liked them. I liked them. And anytime I saw them, man, like, man, I would sit there, stare at the TV, and my mom would sit there and just laugh her ass off at me. My mom would be like, "You like her, don't you?" I'm like, "No, I don't. That ain't true. I don't like her. No, no, no." And my mom was like, "Yeah, you like her. You think?" I remember that the first time I saw Whitney Houston's "You Give Good Love," baby, you give good love. You give good love to me. First time I seen that video, we was at the Florida Diner. For all y'all that live in Brooklyn, Florida Diner, right? It's still around. The Florida Diner is out there in it's by Flatbush in Brooklyn. The Florida Diner is still around, y'all. I'll never forget, we were at the Florida Diner on a Friday night. I think we were watching Hot Tracks. And Hot Tracks was what you would watch when you didn't have money to have cable TV. So Hot Tracks was in Brooklyn, New York, right? Hot Tracks was how you watched music videos. Whitney Houston came on. And we were watching on the tube TV Whitney Houston perform "You Give Good Love." And it was at night. And I'm looking up at the TV, and I was drawn in. I was mesmerized by this woman singing. And that was the first time I'd seen Whitney Houston. And I the way I stared at that TV, and I'd left my food alone. And the way the entire diner stopped and watched Whitney Houston. The whole place, I'll never forget, like I snapped out of it for a second to recognize how the entire diner stopped everything they were doing to look at this woman sing. The whole place stopped. And I'll never forget when I stopped, like I was in love. And my mom, she was laughing, and I was kind of ignoring her because I was like, I think my mom sees me and it's embarrassing right now. And she was laughing because I was like falling head over heels for Whitney Houston. And my mom was, poking fun of me. "You like her, don't you?" I was like, "No, I don't like her. No, no." And she's like, "Yes, you do. You like her." I was like, "No, I don't. That's not true. I don't like her." And I was embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? And my mom was like, "Yeah, he like Whitney Houston, man. Damn, look at this dude falling head over heels for Whitney." And that was the first time. And just the silence that it drew when she sang for the first time, at least for the first time in which I saw Whitney Houston, the whole diner was quiet. And the thing is, the diner was packed. The diner was packed, like from the floor up, it was just packed. And it was a Florida Diner. If you guys ever visit Brooklyn, New York, go to the Florida Diner. They've been around ever since I could remember. Ever since I knew Brooklyn, ever since I know, and I was born there, right? Born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. Go to the Florida Diner. It's still there. It's still there. I think I drove past it a couple of weeks ago. The Florida Diner. All right. Yeah, Tootie from Facts of Life. She was another one. And I liked her, but I didn't have a crush on her. But when she was in Living Single, and she was more than Tootie. She was like 3T or 4T. She was all kinds of built. Damn Kim Fields. I said, "Oh my God, Lord have mercy." I said, "I don't know, boy." I said, "Man," I said, "I knew why I liked her." I was like, I knew why I liked her. Yeah. I said, "Don't let this woman come around me. She gonna get it." I said, "Tootie, do not come around me because you will get it. I promise you will get it." Yeah, I liked her a lot too. Yup. Man, I don't know what it was, man. When I was a kid, I just I had the hots for these women. And you see, Drew Hurst. And yeah, she was a troubled angel. Yeah, man. And yeah, she was. But I had such an affinity for Whitney. And Drew Hurst. I remember Batgirl was love at first sight for me. You see what I mean? Do it quick, girl. But Batgirl, and you would even know there was a TV series that had real human actors, not animated Disney style slop. Yeah, no. That's right. Yes. Janet Jackson from Good Times. Penny. Yeah, I thought Penny was cool. I just thought she was troubled like a motherfucker. But I was shocked when I saw Janet Jackson singing. When I saw Janet Jackson on Different Strokes, Janet Jackson was looking good. She was coming up. I was like, damn, that's Janet. She was looking good over there dating Willis and shit. Yeah. Or Chrissy from Three's Company. Okay, Chrissy. Now I liked Janet. I preferred Janet over Chrissy. I always liked Janet over Chrissy from Three's Company. Yep. I like Janet, but I'm not saying, but I didn't, the thing is, I like these women, right? I didn't know what I was going to do with them. I didn't know what I was going to do with these ladies. I had no clue. I like Janet from Three's Company over Chrissy. I liked Dawn Wells from whatchamacallit, from Gilligan's Island, right? Ooh, another one, Sally Fields. I liked Sally Fields a lot too as a kid. I liked when she was Gidget or when she was the Flying Nun. That Gidget is mine. Y'all remember Gidget, right? I liked her. I liked her from that. I liked Mrs. Munster, Herman Munster's wife, Lily. I liked her. You know, man, I was like, damn. At first, I thought there was, as I got older, I was like, there is something wrong with me. Why do I like these old-timey women? These women are old women, or they're probably dead right now. What is wrong with me? Yeah, man. Oh, Mrs. Adams from the Adams Family. I had a crush on her. Like, Lord have mercy, dude. Like, bruh, what's wrong with you? I liked her a lot. I don't even know her name, and I liked her. Mrs. Adams. I liked her a lot. Sally Fields. Yeah. Oh, now it's Sally Field. Woo. Oh, Pinky. Yeah. Wasn't she dating Fonzie? Yvonne DiCarlo. Yes, Mrs. Munster. The actress who played Lily Munster was indeed. Yes. Yes, bro. Yes. And I had and Morticia Adams. That's it. Mrs. Adams. Morticia. Yup. Both of them, man. I had a crush on them, bro. Man, it's like, man, I feel so silly. Like, growing up as a grown-up man now, and I look back on it, like, I'm like, man, what is my problem? Like, why would I have such a I'm not even going to say blank on, right? Because I'm not going to sexualize these women, because I had a crush on them as a kid. It was innocent, right? I was a young man. I was a boy that just really loved the ladies. I just like these ladies a lot. I didn't know what I was going to do with them, except ask them for a kiss after they gave me a sandwich. That was how they showed their affection, how much they liked me, right? I didn't know what I was going to do. Yeah. Time Bomb, Michael Bain. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Michael Bain. Sounds familiar. Sounds like he was in a movie or two. Like a good movie. Linda Carter. Yes. Yes. Linda Carter's another one. I liked her. Elvira was pretty, but Elvira was like, oh, everywhere you turned, Elvira was there. Elvira was in everything. Elvira was everywhere in the 80s, showing her rack all the time. Yes, that's right. That's who Michael Bain is. Yep. And he was in Navy SEALs too. Yep. Reese from Terminator. Yep, that's him. Okay. The Candace Owens book, Make Him a Sandwich. Linda Carter. Yep, she was beautiful. And yeah, she was built, man. For all you ladies that are watching tonight, if there are ladies in here, please, I'm not making it a sexist thing. It's not that at all. It's just me talking about my appreciation for these women when I was a kid. That's all. I like them a lot. That's really all I'm saying. And I think a lot of these guys know what the hell I'm talking about, because these guys probably fell in the same boat. They were like, yeah, man, I like these women too when I was a kid, you know? Yup. Linda Carter. Yup. Linda Carter? What? Now she just changed her name, but it was Linda Carter. Wonder Woman. Ooh, another one was what's her name? There was two on one show. There was Jeanette Dubois, Walona from Good Times, and what's her name? Jeanette Stannis. No, what's her name? Stannis. Bernadette Stannis. What's her name? From Good Times. Both of them was from Good Times. Was Walona and Thelma. I had a crush on both of them. Thelma and Walona on Good Times. And I was like, you can't like two girls on one show. But anytime I saw them, like, it was different. But I was young. I'm like 5 years old, 7 years old, watching these ladies on Good Times, liking the hell out of them. I like those ladies, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like those ladies. Damn, Walona and Thelma on Good Times. And I had a crush on them. I was like, damn, dude. And I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to like all these ladies at one time? How does that work? I was like, every time I flick on a different show, I like her too. And it's like, as a kid, when you're 5 years old and you talk with your boys that are the same age and in the same grade, you know, you talk about the girls you like. I'm talking about these damn ladies from Good Times. That was from way back in the day, because I grew up in the 80s. Good Times was in the 70s. I'm talking about these ladies from Good Times. I'm talking about these ladies from Three's Company. I'm talking about Mary Tyler Moore. I'm talking about Gidget. Man, that was way back in the day in the 80s. These people are old now. At least in the 80s, it was. Yeah, so Sally Fields changed to Sally Field. How convenient. She's all up in the damn Mandela effect. But how do you explain to your boys that you like these old ladies? They like her. Man, that show's from back in the day. How you like her? Erin Gray. Somebody mentioned Erin Gray earlier. I liked her too. But in Erin Gray's defense, she was also on Silver Spoons. She was dating Ricky's pops. She was dating him. And I liked her, man. Oh, Cyberdyne, man. You got the postcard, bruh? Hell yeah. Okay. That's what's up, man. I'm glad you got it, man. And I hope you liked it. If you didn't like it, tell me what I could have done to make it better. Tell me what I could have done to make it better, Cyberdyne. But I'm glad you got it, man. Thank you for that. Danica McKellar. Winnie Cooper. Okay. Winnie's another one, man. Ooh. You know who's one that I liked, but she was within our pay grade, our age range, and our time, was Punky Brewster. I liked Punky Brewster. I liked her as a kid. I was like, hey, man, she's my age. She's my speed. Okay. Papa don't preach. Papa don't preach. Okay. Madonna. Okay. I did like Madonna too. I did. But when she started doing those dirty things, I didn't like that. I was like, what is she doing? When she started doing Justify My Love, I said no. Donald Piasek, hey, man. Yo, man, everybody hey, man. Yo, everybody that got their postcards, yo, say something. Let me know. Talk to your boy. Talk to your boy if you got your postcard. Holla at me. If you didn't get your postcard, don't holla at me. But if you got your postcard, let me know something. Okay, man. I'm glad you got your postcard, man. Donald Piasek, Cyberdyne Big Toe. Y'all got y'all's postcards. Okay. Yeah, man. Punky Brewster. Yup. Soleil Moon Fry. Yo, exactly. She had too much, up top. So she had to get some of it removed. I didn't know she was going to turn into such a woman. But that's not why I liked her. I just liked Punky Brewster a lot. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people had a crush on Alyssa Milano as Sam on Who's the Boss. A lot of people had a crush on her. That's crazy. You know that? Shania Twain came out of what? I didn't know. Oh, she's gay. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Man, all you people got y'all's postcards. Y'all didn't say nothing. Hey, guys. Okay, guys, public service announcement. Okay. For all you guys that got your postcard, go ahead and check that QR code. Okay. Oh. If you got a postcard recently from me and it's got a QR code, go ahead and swipe it. That's your way of letting me know that you got it. And no, it's not from some fucking massage shit like those Globers put out that bullshit, that lie. I don't do that. Homie, don't play that. Never did. But check it out. You'll see a QR code on there. Swipe it. You'll see something pretty dope. Check it out. Nice little message in there. Serious business. That's what's up, man. Guys, like I said, don't forget to swipe that thing, okay? Use something to you got no cell phone? I'm sorry. Richie from Boston. This is Richie from Boston. I tell you, those Globers, man, they're trying to fuck things up. No, when Shania Twain came out, as in her first music video dropped. Oh, damn. Okay, damn. I did not know that. Yeah. I've got one upright and one sideways. Two. I've got two. This is true. I do. Yeah. Oh, Ashley Banks. Yes. Oh, she's another one that I like. She's another one like Punky Brewster that was around our age that I liked a lot. Yep. Oh, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Here we go. I'm back. My bad. Tatiana Ali. Yeah, that's her. Yup. Yo, this girl is fly as hell, man. And I liked her. She's married now. So I'm like, she's married. So I don't look at her the same. But I do remember those feelings that I had when I was a kid looking at Tatiana Ali. That's true. I did like her a lot. Yeah, sure did. I sure did. Yup. Tatiana Ali. Man, all them girls. You know who I didn't feel like that about? Blossom. I saw Blossom with her motherfucking hat and shit with the little flowers on it and shit. Looked like a Monica Lewinsky, some shit Monica Lewinsky would wear. Ugly ass hat with them little flowers, them little bucket hats and shit. Blossom would wear that. I saw her wearing that shit. I was like, oh, I looked at Blossom and I was like, Mayim Bialik. I was like, would I? I was like, nah. And anytime I saw Blossom, I thought to myself, because I was growing, I was a teenager, and I was thinking, would I, you know what I'm saying? Would I do it with her? Right? I looked at Blossom, I'm like, nope. I look at her all the time and I'm like, nope. It wasn't easy. I was like, I don't give a damn how much money she got. I don't care how much money she offered me. I'd be like, nope, nope. I'd always look at Blossom. Blossom would come around, don't know about the future. You know what I'm saying? Dr. John over there singing the theme song to Blossom, and you see her doing a running man. I was like, nope, hell no. Hell no. That was one of the most unattractive girls. To me, Blossom was in the same category as Carla from what's her name? Rhea Perlman. You could put them in the same basket. Blossom, Mayim Bialik, and Rhea Perlman, you could put them in the same basket because I found them just both as unattractive. Mayim Bialik, Rhea Perlman. I was like, big hell no. I was like, if they came around me, I'd call the police. It's that simple. I was very unattracted to them. Like, those were instant hell no's. Yeah, Christina Applegate. Yep. Yeah, she's another one, man. Yeah, I was very attracted to her. Yeah, Christina Applegate. That's right. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's another one. She's another one. But that was me coming into my adult, not adult, but me coming into being a teenager and stuff like that. Trying to figure out. I was like, okay, Christina Applegate. I was like, I like her. Yeah. And then anytime Blossom would come on, I was like, no, hell no. I was like, oh, hell no. Absolutely no. Big nope. 6. So I thought her friend 6 looked good. That's probably because 6 was standing next to Blossom. And 6 looked normal. And Blossom, I was like, nah. But I'll tell you a whole crew that I thought was busted was them girls from Everywhere You Look, Everywhere It's a Heart. There's a secret love of what's that show? Full House. All them girls, I was like, they all busted. I said they all, like, I couldn't even watch that show. I was like, first of all, that show was corny, right? I didn't like Full House. TGI Fridays was not my thing. I was like, nope. I said all them girls is busted. That was me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like DJ. I ain't like her friend with the big mouth. I ain't like none of them girls. I ain't think any of them looked good. I ain't think any of them was worth redeeming. I said, nope. You can keep all of that. All of them. Now, I'm not trying to say that I was a snob because obviously I mentioned a whole bunch of girls that I liked. Dawn Wells. Yep. Dawn Wells was my girl too, Cyberdyne. I mentioned her already. I said Dawn Wells was my girl. She used to be my girl. She used to be my girl. Ask me how I know, and I tell you so. She used to be my girl. She was never my girl. That's a lie. But I did like her. She used to be my girl. So I did like Dawn Wells, absolutely. Phoebe Cates. I don't know who she is. I've heard of her name many times, but I'm not too familiar with her. Phoebe Cates. This group is too young for you. Motherfucking Harmon like motherfuckers like Greta Garbo and shit. The old damn Julie Garland. Old motherfuckers. Maud. Oh my Lord. B. Arthur. Ma. Yeah, them old. Man, you know what's crazy? Remember when Betty White was in the Golden Girls? I remember before the Golden Girls when Betty White was on the Love Boat. And I'm like, God, dog, man. I looked at Betty White and I was like, she just been old the whole time. And even when she was with the Golden Girls, I was like, she's just old. She was born like that. She's like a woman Morgan Freeman, just born old. I'm saying, man. Betty White, Benno, Maud, yeah, Maud. And then when Maud was on Golden Girls, I was like, yeah, man, she old too. And hell no. I was like, oh, hell no. Hell no. Maud. Maud over there. Nope. Yeah, man, we got there. We went there here on this channel tonight. It turned into who we had a crush on when we were kids. Sure did. You never liked Kent? Nope. Neither of them. Nope. Those are who you talking about. Them girls from not Saved by the Bell, from Full House. Nope. I thought all them girls was busted. I said no. I said no. Them, and I was like, yo, is something wrong with people on ABC? Probably. No, I think Blossom came on NBC, Channel 4 in New York. Because I was like, I don't like Blossom neither. I was like, man, what's wrong with these damn actresses these days? I don't like them. Yeah, B. Arthur, she drove trucks. That's right. She was a Marine. Dana White, Wheel of Fortune. Oh, Vanna White. Yeah. Vanna White. Yup. Is the girl from Fast Times at Ridgemont. Okay. She took her top off. Yeah. Betty Page. Okay. Yeah. And Betty Page had the yes. She had the bangs in the black hair. Yes. She's another one. Jodie Sweetin. Yeah, Jodie Sweetin. I guess I never really, because I looked at her and I was like, I just never got attracted to her. I was like, DJ and her sister, the whole crew at that place at Full House, I didn't like none of them. And the girls were so unattractive to me, I didn't even like the show. I was like, I ain't watching this shit. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna say, yo, at least have a girl in there that's gonna have me want to come watch. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, I was like, okay, Ashley might show up. Ooh, Ashley and Hillary. Both of them I liked. I liked both of them. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hell yeah. Ashley and Hillary, she was all an airhead. And I was like, okay, yeah, she's a little bit of a dingbat, but I like her still. I think she's, Ashley and Hillary, but Hillary more so, Ashley more so because she was around my age. I was like, Hillary's just too old. There was also a Jasmine Guy. I like Jasmine Guy, right? I liked her on whatchamacallit, on Different World, when she was on Different World. I liked Rudy Huxtable, when Rudy Huxtable was getting older. You know what I'm saying? On Cosby Show, when she was getting older, I was growing a little bit of an affinity for her too. Man, I don't know what the hell my problem was, man. Shit. I was out there liking all these women that I was never going to meet. I was never going to meet these women, but I was like, yo, if I do meet these women, it's a wrap. You understand? I'll tell you who I did meet. She flirted with me. I was at a golf tournament. It was 1997. I was at a golf tournament in New York. You guys wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe who flirted with me. Little woman. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Anybody ever hear of Susan Lucci? That's right. Anybody ever hear of Susan Lucci? Yeah, man. She flirted with your boy right here. Yep. Erica Kane, y'all. For all y'all that watch All My Children. Susan Lucci. Stay losing them awards and stuff for the daytime soaps. Yep. Susan Lucci. Nellie Olsen. Oh, the little blonde-headed girl that was always getting in, little trouble with them girls and stuff on Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, okay. Nellie Olsen. Yeah, but Susan Lucci, man, she was out there flirting hard and shit. And I was like, okay, so at the time I used to have dreads. I used to have dreadlocks back in the day. And when I was caddying, I had dreadlocks, So it was a shotgun, and it was like a celebrity. I think that one, John Starks was there. Sid Fernandez was there. So you had a couple of New York Knicks that were there. John Starks was there. Sid Fernandez was there. Susan Lucci was there too. And you know, your boy was looking sharp. You know what I'm saying? I had a I forgot what I was wearing, but I had dreads at the time, and my shits was down to my shoulders. I had pretty long dreads, right? And yeah, man, people were like, "Yo, that's Susan Lucci," and I was like, "Oh, that's Erica Kane from All My Children." I used to love All My Children, so I went up to her and I was like, "Hey, Mrs. Lucci, how you doing? I love your role as Erica Kane. I think All My Children is great." This and that. She was like, "A man like you, a young man like you, watching All My Children?" I was like, "Yeah," and so I was explaining to her. I was like, "Yeah, so you know, I've been watching All My Children," and at the time, I was like, "I've been watching All My Children my whole life," which I did. I got used to it. And I was telling her how, you know, I was yeah, she's a little woman. Yeah, she's a little lady. She's a itty bitty little thing. And you know, I mean, for her age at the time, she was, you know, she was handsome. That's how you refer to a woman that's more senior than you, as pretty. You say you're handsome, which kind of sucks because it makes it sound like she's a dude. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, I am not messing with no aged nothing. I want a young woman. I ain't messing with no aged woman. I don't give a damn how much money she got. You know what I'm saying? But she was pretty. You know, she was pretty. She smelled good. Smelled real good. And you know, I was telling her how I would translate the show for my grandmother. She was like, "That's so sweet." And she put her hand on it. She was like, "Oh, that's so sweet." She put her hand on my face, son. I was like, "Oh, ho, ho." And I was like, "Yeah." Anyway, all right, okay. Yes. She was all that. I was like, "Yeah." So yeah, I do that. And then I went back to the the over thing, and dudes was like, "You were trying to talk to." I was like, "No, I didn't ask for no autograph. I didn't have no paper. I didn't want one." But I was like, no. She was, I was talking with her and everything. They were like, "Yeah, I saw you trying to mac with her and this and that." I was like, "No, I wasn't trying to do all that." But yeah, man, she was over there. She ran her hand on my face and shit like that. I was like, hey, yo, know what I'm saying? Anyway, but I was like, okay, yeah, boy. And then, when I went back to the thing, all the dudes was sitting over there looking at me like, I didn't think nothing of it, to be honest, because I wasn't really trying to. Yeah, I wasn't really trying to do nothing. I never looked at Susan Lucci like that. I never did. I just didn't. You know what I'm saying? But did I think she was pretty? Yeah, Susan Lucci. Everybody thought she was hot, right? But right, if it was Batgirl, or if it was Erin Gray, or if it was Daryl Hannah from Splash, or if it was Walona from Good Times, or Bernadette Stanis from Good Times, you know what I'm saying? And they would have done me like that, I'd have been like, "Yo, let's go to the Caddy Shack real quick." That's what it is, the Caddy Shack. There it is. So the Caddy Shack. When I went back to the Caddy Shack, the guys looked at me like, "Fuck out of here, man. You ain't shit." I was like, "Yeah, motherfucker." I was like, "Y'all saw what she did?" And I must have repeated that damn story like 1,000 times. Anyway, but Grace Jones. Oh my God, no. I used to have nightmares about Grace Jones. I never liked Grace Jones. She used to scare me. Lock Smart, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Nate X, I thought I saw you in here, sir. Good to see you, man. But Grace Jones used to scare me, bruh. That woman would scare me. I had a couple of nightmares about Grace Jones. I didn't like it. One nightmare that was a recurring nightmare. It just scared the hell out of me. I would be in a church and it was weird. Grace Jones would be covered in like some jelly. The only thing I could call it was Vaseline, and she would chase me. It was a huge church. Grace Jones would chase me. I would try to run from her, and then she would like appear. I would try to run and I was slow. She would appear at me and then she'd step on my hand with her greasy ass Vaseline covered feet. And I would be yelling, but nobody could hear me. And there she stood, Grace Jones, and she had like a flat top at the time. It was the weirdest dream. I didn't like it. And because of that, I really didn't like Grace Jones, man. I ain't got no problem with Grace Jones. It's that dream that just fucked me up for life. And I was like, nah, man, I ain't with Grace Jones, bro. I don't like her. Never was my thing, man. Yeah. Batgirl, the old Batgirl from the 60s. Yeah, she is married to Neil Young. Neil Young, very talented singer. I like him. Like Neil Young. And Daryl Hannah. Yeah, I used to love Daryl Hannah. You know, there's a movie called The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, right? And one that a standout that I had a crush on is much like Daryl Hannah, and that is Uma Thurman. I liked Uma Thurman a lot too as a kid. And that movie got me hooked on her. And I saw it when it first came out. The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. And Uma Thurman, I had a crush on her too. She a tall motherfucker, man. She would look like, if I was to stand next to Uma Thurman, she would look like, damn, if I was Gomez Adams and she was Morticia Adams. That's what it would look like. She would look like Natasha and I would look like Boris. That's how tall Uma Thurman is, from what I hear. Uma Thurman is another one. Yeah, she's like 9 feet tall, over there dunking on a motherfucker. She out there doing a crossover and shit, like Mitch Richmond, dunking on a dude, like J.R. Ryder. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. Yeah, and Uma Thurman is another one. And if you ever seen The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, which it's a movie that I enjoy, and I think you guys would also enjoy. Plus, it's full of a bunch of Easter eggs. It's directed by Terry Gilliam. And for all you guys that like those Monty Python things, it's got Monty Python people in it too. So I think that would be an added bonus for anybody that's never seen the movie that would think they would enjoy The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Highly recommended. I think you guys would like it. Uma Thurman shows the tatas. She shows them. She sure does. And I remember when I saw that video, when I saw it on tape as a kid, I'd keep rewinding it, and I'd be like, yo, Uma Thurman taking that shirt off, dog. So she played Venus in The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Yeah. Matter of fact, you guys say no more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to provide you with a way to watch The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. And there you go. If you guys look at this, guys, just be careful when you open this, okay? I'm going to present you guys with something. What you have to do, and shout out to the guy that gave me this link, by the way. What you have to do is you have to make sure that each time you try to click on the movie, when you try to watch it, you have to close out of the pop-ups or go back so you could close the pop-ups, okay? It's going to be a process, but you get the movie regardless. Right there, where you see her covering up, that's Uma Thurman, y'all. Oh, my God, yo. Y'all see it? Y'all know what I'm talking about, bro? Y'all know what I'm talking about, bro? Y'all know what I'm talking about, man. Y'all know what I'm saying. Yep. So you'll see Uma Thurman in that. And then if you click on that link that I sent you, you'll see it. So that's it. Yeah. And listen, you guys take a look at that movie. Give it a chance. It seems like it doesn't make sense, but give it a chance. I think it's more for grown-ups, especially if you're from Europe and you've seen or you've read the stories of Baron von Munchausen, right? I know from what I understand is that as a kid, this is stuff that people that might not be American, that might have grown up in Europe, they would understand the adventures of Baron Munchausen, right? A little bit more than a traditional American would. I just got lucky in seeing the movie, right? As a kid, and I just fell in love with it. So I think you guys would definitely find an appreciation for that that movie or that type of movie, and you guys would be like, yeah, you dig it. Either way, again, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen is full of Easter eggs. It's full of Easter eggs. Like the replayability on that movie is tremendous. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, Drew Hurst, trust me, when you see it, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee it. Kind of like when Sigourney Weaver was in Ghostbusters, and those when she was in the chair before she turned into like the embodiment of Zool, when they grabbed her, one of her titties popped out. And I was like, and here I am as an adult, and I love Ghostbusters, right? Here I am as an adult. I'm like, I got to see that part again. I live in Italy at the time, right? I'm in the Navy, and I must have paused it each time, and I like fast forwarded it, like slow poke fast forward, so I could get to that part, and I left it paused so I could look at Sigourney Weaver flashing it all. Meanwhile, I think Sigourney Weaver is not an attractive woman to me, but she had those things hanging out, one of them hanging out, and I was like, you got 2 thumbs up, Sigourney. You got 2 thumbs up. I like it. You know what I'm saying? So I liked it. I don't know. I'm a guy. But I don't know. I hope I don't get in trouble saying that. I hope I don't get in trouble with these women because they are still around. They still have a following. I find them very appealing, right? In some way or another. I'm a guy. I can't help it, right? That's what I like. Okay. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm really not. So I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I am. I'm not sorry. It is what I like. It's what I like. And hey, if you look in the foundry right here, a lot of the other guys in here kind of agree with me. I could never get into Janet Jackson because every time I would see her suddenly Belva DeVoe. Okay, yeah, man, I feel you, Cyberdyne. I feel you. I like Janet Jackson. I liked her. I liked her. I did, but not like not like the ladies that I mentioned, right? I had crushes on them. I had a crush on Punky Brewster. I had a crush on Soleil Moon Frye. I had a crush on Jeanette Dubois. I had a crush on Bernadette Stanis. I had a crush on Batgirl. I had a crush on, all the Gidget. Man, I had so many crushes on them that like people would look at me crazy. Like I liked a lot of them ladies on TV. Like I liked them. And that's the best I could do as a kid. Like you didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I was going to do with them except ask them to make me a sandwich and give me a kiss on the cheek because I thought French kissing was disgusting. Ooh, I don't know a timestamp for that Uma Thurman part, but you'll see her throughout the movie. But when she takes her role as Venus, the goddess, like you'll know when she starts to assume her role as the goddess Venus, you will know. I promise you, you will know. You will. That's a promise. And I know the ladies are watching here, like sitting there with that look on their face, like, look at this pig. Okay, Vlad, I never would have thought. Just sitting there like, look at this motherfucker. You ain't shit. Mm-hmm. Listen to him talk about those women. Wonder what your mom would say. Well, I wouldn't say this. I would hope my mom doesn't watch me say this. But my mom would sit there and witness me looking at these ladies with awe in my eyes, and she'd be like, "You like her, don't you?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. No, that's not true. No." Whitney Houston, right? Yeah, man, I like these ladies a lot growing up as a kid. I just like them. I like them a lot. I like them a lot. Yes, I did. Yep, I sure did. I sure did. Yep, I sure did. Yep, yes, I did. And ain't nothing nobody could tell me. I don't know a timestamp on that, but with the link that I provided you guys should be square on that, and you guys should have a way in which to watch that movie because you get a bunch of them movies through that website right there. You sure do. Yeah, man. All right, let me stop talking that mess. I was talking about the map. I apologize for that, y'all. Yeah. We turned out, yeah, we're aware of more than most. Yeah. We didn't turn out so bad. I agree, Drew Hurst. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing us back to reality. Yes, I agree with that. We didn't turn out so bad. We didn't turn out so bad. But what I was discussing, what I was talking about was I know you guys were like, oh, all he's talking about is these girls and blah 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 blah. I get it. But we were talking about the map, and let's go back to it. And we were talking about these guys and what these guys are. They're Nixies. And what are Nixies? Well, you could find the Nixies here. If you want to invest in that country in the Eastern Med that people don't like to mention because you'll get in trouble, this is where you'll find your Nixie. You find it here, right? You find it here. Starbucks, the Starbucks coffee, tea, and spices, right? The Starbucks emblem. That is what they call a Nixie. You see her holding her tails, two tails. And people are used to seeing mer people, mer women, mer men, all that, right? With one tail. We're just so used to seeing that. And pretty women, pretty girl, fish girls. That's what we're so used to seeing women and mer people as, excuse me. Mermen, mer women. Now, something that I might have told some of y'all, maybe not all of y'all, but when I was coming up, one of the things that my parents would tell me was about mer women, mer people. They called them they mer girl, merman, mer woman. They called them la sirène, sirens. So mer people, it's big in the Caribbean. It's big in the yes, exactly. Paul Hogston. I think Starbucks is trash too, and I do not want to spend money on them. If Americans knew.org. Check that out, y'all. Check that out, y'all. If Americans knew.org, I am going to log on to that. Okay. Okay, I'm going to check that out. Thank you, Mr. Hogston. Much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Piasek. Much appreciated. Yes, I'm going to check that out. Yeah, so they would call those mer women, those mer people, la sirène, but never did they say that they had two tails. I'll definitely ask them when I go home soon, but they never spoke about the siren women with tails like that, right? They never spoke about them as having two tails or anything or any tails. But one of the things they did say that they look like fish people. They look like specifically my mom said sardines. They look like sardines, not as small as sardines, but the thing that would come to her head was that the mer people look like sardines. And I didn't even ask how she know what they look like she saw them. You know? So la sirène, the siren in Haitian culture. And I'm sure a lot of you guys that are from the West Indies or that are not from the United States, because one thing that American culture is good at, it's to tell you that what you're seeing is not what you're seeing. They are so, I don't know about outside of American culture, but our culture is real good at that. To tell you that what you're seeing or what you experience is not what you saw and not what you experienced. Okay. The older worlds, if you're from Eastern Europe, if you're from the Caribbean, you think a little bit different. If you're from Africa, right? And many of these, some Mediterranean countries, they have their way of seeing the world. All right. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but they tend to be a little bit more closer to the earth, more down to earth. closer to the earth and more in tune with the spirits, right? South American countries, not all, of course, not all, but a lot of the westernized countries, they're like, that stuff is fake. They don't believe in it. They think it's not even, they just wave it off as it's myth, it's fake. Now that we're starting to understand that this place is a lot stranger than what we expect and what we know, we're starting to come to realize that much of the things that were of the past, much of these myths are like, a lot of them are true. Right. And we were fooled to not believe our truth telling eyes. Right. So let's get back to these pictures, shall we? We shall. Let's get back to these pictures, huh? All right, let's get rid of that. Nope. Cancel. Let's get rid of that right there. Share screen. Back to the Nixie in the Pixie. There it is. That's a Nixie right there. Two of them loving up on each other. Their tails all flopping around. Yep, that's them. And yep, okay. So I took a picture of that page, picture page, like Bill Cosby would say. Okay. And I took a picture of that because I was trying to determine whether that was bleed over from the page, the previous page, or if that was something that we're trying to conceal. Many of these pages that have the blank side, right? The blank tavola have much of this bleed over. It's like the paint kind of bled through the page. That's what you were experiencing over there. So, yeah. So see, look at that. When he was studying in the Dominican Republic, and I had a guy show me where Christopher Columbus said he saw sirenas, Monte Cristi, DR, close to the border of Haiti. See, Monte Cristi in the Dominican Republic, close to the border of Haiti. Monte Cristi, which is funny because Haiti, French-speaking country. French, the Count of Monte Cristo. Monte Cristo is an island, right, out there in the Med, right, that became a jail colony in the story, according to the story. I don't know if Monte Cristo is a real place, but it's a jail colony. And this is where the Count of Monte Cristo, like, kind of, he took his name and became the Count of that jail colony. That jail, it's not even a jail colony, but it's a jail island. And the French were good at putting motherfuckers in jail off of Paris. They were out of France. They were like, look, you going to French Guiana, you going to here. So in that movie, or in the book, The Count of Monte Cristo, that's what happens. Also in that movie, Papillon. If anybody has ever seen that movie, Papillon, which me and you, Harmon, we were talking about that the other day. Papillon's an amazing movie. It had Dustin Hoffman and what's his name in it? The guy that died, played Bullet. Amazing dude, right? Ryan's, how you doing? Ryan S, how you doing, sir? Papillon is an amazing movie. I highly recommend it. See it. See it. Papillon is an amazing movie. See that movie, guys, if you haven't seen it. Papillon, the butterfly. I forgot his name. The guy that played Bullet. Everybody knows him. Good actor. He died young. He was a Marine as well. Died young. Right? He was in that movie, Papillon. Yeah, so Maria, hey, look at my beautiful, beautiful sister they call Maria Walker in the Foundry. It's about time, Maria. I thought you was going to diss me and not show up. So Ryan S, it's Papillon, 2 L's. Also, Papillon. Steve McQueen, that's it. Thank you, Cyberdyne. Thank you, sir. Yes, Lock Smart. Nate X, the original. Good to see you, bro. Maria Walker, Cyberdyne Big Toe. That's right. Yes. So, yes, that's the movie, Papillon. And yes, it's Steve McQueen that was in that movie. That movie, listen, it's a long movie, but it is worth the watch. You will love that movie. If you've seen those movies like Escape from Alcatraz, you'll love Papillon. And also, I spoke about The Count of Monte Cristo. That's a book that I read multiple times that I've read multiple times in my life. I read it at least once a year. That is a movie I highly recommend, The Count of Monte Cristo. If you've never seen that movie, see that movie. See the French version with Gérard Depardieu. See that movie. Amazing movie, Papillon. Yes. Steve McQueen, yes. And it was a good movie. But if you haven't seen The Count of Monte Cristo, I highly recommend The Count of Monte Cristo with Gérard Depardieu, where it's like it came out in the 90s. It's a mini series. Watch that. If you've read the book, watch that movie. Highly recommend. To me, I watched that movie after reading the book. It does the book justice. I'm telling you, watch that movie. The Count of Monte Cristo. So yeah, check that out. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm over here talking all that shit. Give me a second. The Count of Monte Cristo. You guys will love that movie. Oh, Lord have mercy. Really? Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to get this for y'all, man. Oh, really? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Okay, so this is the first one. I'm going to drop it in here for y'all. Check it out. That's The Count of Monte Cristo, right? Check that out. So YouTube has it for free. You don't have to go too far to watch it. I did not know Papillon was remade. I think I might have heard that it was, but I haven't seen it. But look, watch the original. The original is spot on. It's long. It's a developing movie, but it still grabs you. It's a good movie, right? Right there is The Count of Monte Cristo, the French version. 1997 it came out. That movie, listen, watch that movie. Watch that movie. The Count of Monte Cristo, the French version, not the one with Steve Caviezel, right? I'm not saying that that's bad, but it doesn't hold a candle to the French version. I'm telling you. You watch that one, you're going to be it's good. It's good. It is subtitles, Maria. You might be able to find one where you have dubbed over in English, but it is subtitles, yes. I know subtitles are a tough one for some people. I get it. I'm kind of used to subtitles, like, you know. Definitely worth the watch, though. You would be happy with that movie. The Count of Monte Cristo, French version, 1990s, 1997. You'd like that. I promise you. And again, so that's a book that I would read at least once a year. I just like it that much. It's that good, and it's a powerful book. It's a powerful story. Oh God, they killed Steve McQueen? Yeah, that's my sister Maria. She good people. So there isn't a famous or major English language film version of The Count of Monte Cristo. So yeah, yeah, Maria, I am. I'm on the sideways joint and I'm also on the upright one. So I think it's silly that they do this. YouTube and Rumble, not Rumble, but whatchamacallit does this. I think it's absolutely silly, but it is what it is. But yeah, Count of Monte Cristo. The most recent one I think is the one with Jim Caviezel, not Steve, excuse me, but is the most recent one with Jim Caviezel, the guy that played Jesus in The Passion. That's him. He plays the Count of Monte Cristo. Good. I'm telling you, it's the French version is the best version. I saw the American version. It was good. It was good, right? For what it is, it's like it's short, right? But the French version takes the book and gives you the book in cinema, and you're like, oh wow, yeah. Watch the French version. Watch the French version. Highly recommended. Kind of like I don't know if anybody's ever seen Shogun with Richard Chamberlain, right? Good movie. An amazing series. I'm not talking about the latest Shogun. I'm talking about the one from the 80s. I haven't read the book. I haven't read the book by I think it's Jim Clavell, right? The I haven't read that. It's the Shanghai series, right? Shogun, Shanghai, all that. I have not read that. I'm going to read it though. I will read it. Haven't read it. Shogun is another one of those series that's just amazing. Amazing story. That I'm like, if the movie is this good, I can only imagine what the book is like. Yeah. So yeah. Paul Hogston. So you know, it's good. It's good even now today. It's good. It's amazing. It's an amazing series. I remember when I was a kid, like my dad made me watch it, and like I was like, oh man, damn, oh my god, Shogun and shit. And I watched it as a kid. I was like, my part that I liked as a kid was because the ninja came out. But as a grown up, when I watched it again, I was like, wow, my dad has taste. My dad has taste. Wow, he knew what he was watching. It was some good stuff. And so that's what I would watch that like as an adult. And it's definitely worth the watch. Now, I'm not trying to tell y'all what to watch. I kind of am. But I'm the reason I'm putting these things out there, guys, is because I really don't watch TV much. I really don't. If I do, like it's like it really has to take me there to where I'm going to spend time and watch it. And yeah, like I don't do just watching TV just as background. I just don't do that. If nothing's on, then I'm quiet, right? So I don't watch TV like that. I don't indulge in television and all that nonsense. But when something grasps me, I'm going to talk about it because it's like, if it got me, it might get you too. Lawrence Welk, the Lawrence Welk Show. Adios, au revoir, auf Wiedersehen, good night. My parents would watch Lawrence Welk from time to time on the UHF channel. That's, yeah, my parents too. Ah, that's when TV was just, damn, Lawrence Welk. The Lawrence Welk Show. Yeah, they ain't got nothing like that. The Masked Singer, I think that would be like the closest thing, right? Lawrence Welk Show. But yeah, man, like I've been to his big studios, just East Escondido, California. Yeah. Lawrence Welk, man, I tell you, man, as a kid, when I used to watch that shit, he used to have some fine ass women on his show. Okay, I was not the brightest kid. I don't think I was. But so in New York, we didn't have cable, right? Coming up. My parents kind of got cable after I left and everything, but we didn't have cable. It was expensive. Cable vision, all that stuff. It was expensive, so we didn't have it. And so Lawrence Welk would come on the UHF channels, the ultra high frequency channels, right? So those are the channels that you take the pliers and it was like channel 137 or some shit like that. Lawrence Welk would come on. So we would watch it, and it was on like Univision, Telemundo, right? All them things. It was on the Hispanic channel, or the channels that, if you was Spanish or if you was Haitian, or if you was from the Caribbean and you didn't have a channel of your own, you watch UHF TV, right? So that's what we watch on Saturday nights. We would watch Lawrence Welk on Saturday night. And so Lawrence Welk came on them channels. Them women were beautiful. Lawrence Welk, that motherfucker had taste. I give him that. So he'd have these beautiful women on there. And I was like, damn, man, these women are just, damn. And then after Lawrence Welk was done, a Sábado Gigante. So everybody hear me say Sábado Gigante. Big Saturday, right? Big Saturday on them Spanish channels and shit. Like Telemundo, Univision, right? Would come on and shit. And them girls would come out and fucking they'd have it was like it was Showtime at the Apollo on Univision. They would have the big feathers and shit. It was like damn Carnival or Mardi Gras every Saturday at my house with them things. You know what I'm saying? Them beautiful Spanish women just coming out and shit. And I was like, oh my God. I at first I was like, this is where you I was like, this is the channel that you go to for finer women, right? I was like, oh, you go to the UHF channel. So the TV was fuzzy as hell. But when Lawrence Welk came on and then women were beautiful, right? And then as soon as Lawrence Welk was done, it was Sábado Gigante. And then them game shows and them Japanese, the Spanish women would come out dancing and shit. And I was like, damn. Man, it was wild, boy. I was happy as hell as a kid. I was like, ooh. I was like, oh, come on, mommy. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, man. Didn't have a clue what that. Yeah, that's anonymous. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know what the fuck they were saying. I was like, man, whatever, man. I'll figure it out. All I know is I see these beautiful Hispanic ladies, man, just doing their thing, shaking themselves. I was like, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I didn't. Oh geez, I don't know. These women were pretty. They just were. Whatever. Yeah, I'll let it go. I'll let it go. These women were beautiful, man, and I was just in love as a kid. I was like, all these beautiful women, man, golly, man, on all these channels. Lawrence Welk, he had a TV antenna in the house. I still live in. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, yep. You have to point it in the right direction. That's right. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, so all of you guys in Cali, y'all know what I'm talking about. Sábado Gigante, afternoons in California, because see, Cyberdon and Big Toe, same thing. See, all you guys in Cali probably had that as a main channel. Freaking Univision, Telemundo, and all that. Yeah, watch it. Yeah, Sábado Gigante and shit. See, Roddy Piper know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, man, I used to watch that shit at my grandparents' house. I used to watch it at home. Sábado Gigante. When my parents was just going out and then they dropped me off at my grandparents' house, all we had was damn Univision Telemundo. That's all we would watch. And I'm Haitian. You know what I'm saying? That's all that was on the TV. That's all that was on the TV. They had that old ass black and white TV, my grandparents. And I was like, oh man. I was like, man, we ain't watching nothing else. Ain't no and Saturday night in Brooklyn on TV in the 80s, it was like, all right, we're not gonna get The Love Boat. We're not gonna get Alf because whatever reason, them channels wasn't working. You know what I'm saying? So we wasn't getting The Love Boat. We wasn't. And I would miss sometimes the 8-Team and Night Rider. I would miss the 8-Team. I would miss Night Rider. I would miss Airwolf. I would miss Blue Thunder. And it was like I had to settle for whatever was on TV, right? On Univision or Telemundo. I was like, man, and it was like these telenovelas. It was like these soap operas, and I was like, man, at least the ladies look good. So I don't know what the hell they saying, but I was like, whatever, I'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Beautiful ass. Yeah, Soul Train. Yeah, in the morning time. Yeah. They had two Soul Trains. They had Soul Train and they had American Bandstand. Yeah. American Bandstand had what's his name? Dick Clark. Dick Clark was in that one. Cyberdyne out there in Sweden. Yeah. Yeah, man. Those were the days, man. That's when TV was fun. TV was worth watching. TV was, I guess, like the internet. But you know, things come, times go, you know. You know. But at least we get to reflect on those good times, man, when all we had was TV and shit and things to do. As soon as the TV was off, well, it's just things to do, man. Now we're so caught up on the internet and the web and live streaming like I am now, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Met Dick Clark at the airport. Okay, that's what's up. My dad left the TV on and would fall asleep on the couch drunk. Assault on Precinct 13. Let me see. Hold on, let me write that down. Precinct 13. Okay, I got that. Assault on Precinct 13. You know, that's crazy. Like, I think about that. What if I were to travel back to the 80s? Would I have a good time still? Would I still have a good time like I did when I was a kid? Right? Because I think of, because when I was a kid, right, in the 80s, when I grew up in the 80s, it was a good time, but I feel part of that is because I enjoyed my childhood, right? I had an amazing childhood. I got, I got the same treatment a lot of kids in the 80s my age got, right? We got our asses whooped when we fucked up. We talk shit to people. People talk shit right back to us. We got in a dissing contest. We got in the fights all the time, right? So that was 80s life. I think if I went back right now, the first day or two would shock the shit out of me. If I was to go back in time, I would be shocked with how I lived. I would be shocked because times are different now. You understand? I would be amazed at how different things were back then and how I lived, and it didn't bother me. But it didn't bother me also because I was a kid. A lot of things don't bother kids, right? You're just used to it as a kid a lot of times because that's all you know growing up. So I would be shocked, yes, but instead of interacting with everything, I think I would spend more time observing. Instead of trying to interact, I would sit my ass down and I would watch. And I would drink it all in. I would drink it all in. But because I'm assuming that I'm coming back in like the next day or two back to current times, so I could kind of let everybody know what it is I experienced, but I would drink it all in. I'd take it all in and I would enjoy the time that I had in the past. But my thing is that the 80s, I would enjoy it, but I wouldn't fall in love with it. And here's why. I think the past is a good thing, right? The past are things that you could go back and you could recall and you can enjoy the times that you had in the past. But always the best time is the present. Always the best time is now. To be living in the past It has its moments, but it's the past. It's done. You know what I'm saying? Like I like the past. I like it. And I liked the past, good or bad, warts and all, right? No matter how bad times were or how good times were, I still appreciate the past for what it gave me. But um the past is the past. So enjoy it, yes, and to see it for what it was, yes, and enjoy that. But those times are over. The future is what's important. The present is what's important. And how we handle what we have today, I think, is what really counts. And not necessarily to dwell on the past. I mean, to talk about the past, to reminisce, yeah, totally. And to have good times like now, totally. But not necessarily to rely on the past. No, because the past is the past. You don't see people sitting there staring in a rear view mirror when they drive, do you? That's what I'm saying. We need to prep for the future, and we need to make room for the future, because I feel we are still in control of our future. Whether we want to believe that or not, we are in control of our future. We're the captains of our own future and our own destiny, and we can make it what we want it to be. And yes, Stranger Things is amazing. I love it. It is a big shot in the childhood. '80s hairstyle. Like, oh, I love the hairstyles. Yeah, Stranger Things is amazing. No. My parents, they were never abusive to each other. No, my mom gives my dad a headache still to this day. But no. Yeah, I had an afro when I had hair. I had a full head of hair. I had a full afro. Everybody in my household had an afro too. I never had a jerry curl or nothing like that, but everybody had an afro. It was pretty funny. My grandfather was bald in the middle, and he had an afro on the side, kind of like Homie the Clown style. He still rocked the afro on the sides. You know what I'm saying? His head looked like a tourist field. Then he cut it down. You know what I'm saying? Sherman Helmsley style. When I went to basic, I had dreads and they were down to my shoulders. Dreads I still had and they were down to my shoulders. And ooh, they couldn't wait to cut them off. They couldn't wait. Your wife has an afro. Oh, she's Irish. Okay, she's probably a redhead. Okay. Yeah, redheads tend to have the coarse hair sometimes, and the wavier hair, and it tends to be coarse. So redheads, especially if they're curly headed, they tend to just get an afro if they feel like it. God, dog, 1987. Oh, dang, long and thick. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, I bet they couldn't wait to cut your hair. Yeah, they couldn't wait to cut mine either. They couldn't wait, and my head felt weird because I hadn't cut my hair, and it had been like a year and a half since I cut my hair when I had my dreads. Now I can't. The only hair I could grow is everywhere but my head, and the hair grows everywhere on my body as if it was freaking. It's crazy. It's like I've got weeds coming out of my skin. Like my hair grows so fast. It's unnerving. I guess that's a good thing. It's a sign of health or something, but everywhere but my head. God's like, nah, I'm gonna make you bald, bro. You're gonna be bald. You're gonna have the receding hairline, but you're gonna be a furry dude everywhere else. So that's what I get to contend with. It is what it is, though. You know, San Diego. Okay. No. So Paul Hogston, I was in the Navy. I went to boot camp in Great Lakes, Illinois. I went to boot camp in Illinois, Great Lakes. So you went to Pendleton. Damn, you lucky. Yeah, my brother's a Marine, and he went through basic in freaking Lejeune, you know. Camp Lejeune. Yep. Camp Lejeune. So you was in Cali, okay. That's what's up. But yeah. Yeah. While we're talking, I might as well continue with the amazing pictures, and we'll do like a Bob Ross and kind of talk about them and discuss them. Like, yeah, so this is more of the so 3i. You saw a lot of this right here. It wasn't 31, you would see 3i. And what I find telling, guys, is how in certain pictures around, when you see people that make things from certain years, when they talk about a year or they talk about a number, instead of 31, you might see 3i. Instead of 18, you might see I8. Instead of 71, you might see 7i. So I don't know if this I is just a substitute for the number 1, but I see 3i. A lot of times throughout this freaking thing, throughout this map, you would see I and a number, or a number and then the letter I. It's strange. So much so to where people start attributing the I to the number 1. Does that make sense? There goes that damn seal again. I don't know if you guys could see it. It's mad faint. But this is something that I don't recall David Rumsey talking about. And I have a problem with that. He don't talk about it. But it's here. It's evident. It's a prominent feature in much of these pages. Not all of them, but many of them. Again, this seal. And that's the thing is, while I was leafing through this, I was like, what is that? What is that? And my thing is, I don't have to know what it is. That's fine. But I leave it to you guys. This is why you take a picture of these things. You don't have to know what it is. This is where the OWRS comes in. Again, guys, I know. Oh boy, there goes Vlad again talking about that app. I get it, right? But the OWRS helps with these things. You don't have to know what it is. You take a picture of it, let everybody else figure it out. You don't have to know what it is. If it's interesting, you take a picture of it, let them sort it out, let them figure it out, right? That's what the collective is there for. You don't have to know everything. We don't have to know everything. Our job isn't to know everything, but definitely to share a lot of what it is we come across, right? Because somebody might know something and put the pieces to help put the pieces together. That's what we're here for. Definitely, guys. Definitely contribute to the OWRS app, please. Here's more stuff, more tabelas. Terezzo. You see it right down here, see? See that? You could see it. See that? There it is. Oh, no, let me go back. Okay, there it is. More of that. Okay. And it's like this, it's like, this is over 400 years old, over 400 years old, right? So this is in remarkable condition considering the age. But it's still like motherfuckers spilt soup and all kinds of food all over this thing. Like they spilt soup on their homework, man. All over it. Cide Linfanta something. I don't know. Okay. There it is. Look at that. Il baja, la baxa. I would say baxa because it's an X, but it's probably baja. Like a beach maybe, or baja. I don't know.
Vista. Right? Terra de Vista. Terra de Vista. Right? This is like south of South America, I think. Per fortuna ma something ma no nor si. I don't know. Fermorno. It's closed. Something is closed, maybe. I don't know. But even when you look at this map, you don't find too many of those red dotted cities down here. It's almost but Monty says in a disclaimer, he's like, yo, we don't know too much about the South like that. You know what I'm saying? He's like, we don't know too much about the South, but whatever we do know, I put in there. But we don't know it like we know the North. Maria, this is Monty's map. The Monty map, Urbano Monty's map. The Monty map. That's what it is. The Monty map. Well, his family in Golden Hill, right next to Logan Heights. See a lot of cool bases, but I don't remember Point Loma. Point Loma. Just the lighthouse. So you see it again. Here's another one. You see it. Like they put these, man, how they put these seals on stuff is just crazy. It's like the seal of approval. You see it? It's wild. And then what's crazy is that you'll see King Philip. King Philip will have this same thing on his sails, on the sails of his ship. And they'll talk about King Philip. No, Drew Hurst, check this out. So these are raised. So you see these seals, right? So these seals are raised. Like you can rub them with your fingers. You can rub them with your fingers and you'll feel the indentation in the paper. It's crazy. And then there's another one, right? These things are everywhere in this paper. It's wild. All right, more stuff that I took pictures of. And then you see it in this one. Yeah. Yep. And so these crosses, Maria, they're like iron crosses. These crosses, you saw them all over King Philip's standard, or not his standard, but rather his sails. Anytime Urbano Monty was showing the ships, you know? And then more. Like you see these things, and I took pictures of them. I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to take pictures of them, man. Why not? 189. There it is. You see? There it is. Look at that. And it looks as if he didn't get the seal, or Urbano Monty didn't get, or they didn't get a seal embossed. That's what it is. But here's the thing, Maria. Embossed with what? Because I wonder if they made a shitty embosser. Because here's the thing, Maria. It looks like a shitty circle. And it looks like a shitty cross. So I don't know if their embossing thing was a perfect circle. At least that's my assumption. It's as if they embossed it with a shitty embossing circle. You know what I'm saying? Or if their embosser wasn't shit. Because look at the circle. This is a shit circle. This isn't even a good, perfect circle. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Look at that. Look at that. See? Bad circle. That circle's just not good, in my opinion. Yeah. So I go ahead. I put my finger on it. Look at that. See? It's everywhere. Yeah, it does look. See, it does. It looks like he drew it by hand. He thinked it by hand. Now, I guess what we could do is we could compare the circles, right, to see if it's the same kind of stamp, to see if it matches the other embossed. I guess would be the right word in this sense, right? To see if it matches the other embossed circles, because if it does, then it comes from the same embosser. However, if it doesn't, that's going to draw up more questions, right? right? That's going to draw up more questions like, how did he emboss that without the embosser that we're used to? I called it a seal. That's the best I could come up with. I didn't know the words. But Maria Walker, she's familiar with these terms and she knows. So she calls it an embosser. Okay. Who's the embosser? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's ask Monty and them. Boom, right? Hopefully Alyssa Milano's there though. Just kidding. Not really. But anyway. And here we remember this, right? Who his special shout outs, Marco Polo, right? Vincencio Pigafetta, right? Then you have all these dudes that he's giving shouts out to, right? But Marco Polo's in there. He sure as hell is, right? Especially when it comes to what we were talking about earlier with the Shogun and everything. Marco Polo. Okay, I wanted to show y'all much of the other stuff. Marco Polo wanted to show y'all a sideways view because I think you have a little bit more of the sea creatures and the people. See what else is in here. Claudio, Tolineo, Alexandrino, Chioro, Piccolomini. You had other people in here. Like, that's the thing, man, is that shout out to him for making this big ass map, but he wanted to make sure that the people got their due credit, right? Lopez, all them. Yeah. Let's turn that. Fernando Cortez. Ferrante Lopez. Atruez, Gerardo, Adler Couture, Giovanni Gonzalez, Giovanni Lorenzo Danania. Castaldi. Huh. Pretty dope. Okay. Monty's map. All right. Family seal. There it is. Okay. And hold on. Let me turn this real quick. Quando. I don't know if you guys saw Stripes. I think it was Stripes. Where Bill Murray's like, Quando. Oh, God, boy. Quando. Okay, let's go back. No, that's not at all what I'm trying to do. Oh, Lord. Give me 1 second, y'all. No, that's... Okay, there we go. Oh, Jesus. Give me 1 second. Close out of that. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Oh Lord. Oh boy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Your browser has blocked your screen. Why? Why? I don't know why it's doing that. My browser has blocked my screen. Why? Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna make this work. Give me 1 second. What are we? Well, 5 hours. Damn. I'm doing it old school, y'all. 5 hours in the paint. Wow. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. All because I was trying to go back and look at that seal. Hold on. Oh, Lord have mercy. You know, your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow the screen icon in my address bar. The screen icon in my address bar. Screen icon. I don't see one. What? It's not. I don't know. This is being silly. I don't know why. Oh Lord. Let's see. Let's see if I did this. Then I did that. No? Let me get rid of that. Okay. Let's try this. Oh Lord. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Nope. Don't work. Nice. Yeah, don't work. God damn it. Don't work. It don't work. Well, family. Yeah, that don't work. But it's all good. That was fun for the night. Damn, we were 5 hours deep, man. Get out of there. Get out of there. Present this. Copy. Okay. Yep, that's all we got for the night, y'all. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna wrap it up. I apologize for that, Cyberdyne Big Toe. Let's see if we could do that again. Let's see if we can make it happen. Let's see if we can make it work. Hold on. Browser can't access your screen. Why not? Why not? This is fucking. I don't know. I'm having tough times with. Is there an hour to show you more icons? Oh, this is whatchamacallit? Microsoft Edge. Microsoft Edge. This is Edge. Microsoft Edge. But before you guys disappear and cut up out of here, please hold on. Please donate to the hours. You can either donate on, this is OWRS Phase 2 now, and we are currently at works in OWRS Phase 2. The guys are working hard for this app. I am working hard for this app. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Now, that is for the OWRS Phase 2. You can contribute either through PayPal or you can contribute through Cash App. It is a choice for whether you want to contribute or not. I would really appreciate it if you guys contributed. This thing, it's going to be an amazing app, but I would like all hands on deck to contribute so we can make this fucking thing happen because it's so goddamn amazing. It's going to be such a good app, but we got to do it together. This shit ain't easy, you know what I'm saying? But there it is, family. OWRS Phase 2. Contribute right there, either in PayPal or in Cash App. Contribute $1, $5, $500, whatever you can contribute. I am happy with. I am satisfied with. I appreciate you all. Anyway, family, that's all I got for tonight. I'll let y'all get to it, man. Do what y'all do. For all y'all that are in the UK, if you didn't join me tonight, that's your fault. That's your fault because I gave everybody an opportunity to come on out here and fuck with us. But if you didn't join us from the UK, man, that's not my problem. Anyway, family, I really appreciate y'all for being here again, and I'll leave y'all to it. And I'm going to leave y'all with my blessing. I'll leave you guys, wish you guys nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom, family. Let's be wise. These days are crazy. Let's watch each other. Let's take care of one another. Anyway, family, that's all I got. And let y'all do y'all's thing. Join us again on Friday where we've got more stuff. Again, go ahead, donate to the hours if you can. If not, whatever it is, what it is. And for all you guys that got a freaking postcard from me, let me know what you think, man. Let me know what you think and talk to me. Anyway, fam, love you guys. I'm out. Let's get some Jefferson's action going on here. And peace.